vessels of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Thanks for listening. There've been some things going on, like surrounding Navalny in Russia. There have been some other things going on in Asia with British passports, other tensions, and we'll talk a bit about censorship too, I think, because I just noticed that the WikiLeaks shop is banned from Facebook. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah, I just posted about it. I just replied below it and I posted some alternatives like Mastodon and stuff. But yeah, no, they're banned. So I know you're in touch with them too, AK, so this might be the right moment for you. Okay, so guys, if you're listening, share this episode around, and because I'm not sure what's going to happen to our accounts. Okay, so yeah, if you're listening,
I'll dare them to touch my account again because I have massive connections, and yeah, I dare you to touch my account again.
Okay, so I just want to say real quick, if you have stuff to mention or you have like questions, stuff, use the YouTube chat, because like I'm reading that chat and I promise I will say everything on air that you want to have said. Just don't do like insults and stuff, because that gets the stream banned. Okay, so yeah. I don't know. You want to start about that? Those things you posted in the general chat. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much happening right now with Taiwan, China, and the U.S. I mean, we've been talking about this for the last, I think, 2 weeks. Kind of what's been going on, and it escalated from week to week, and now it escalated again. So I'll start out with this little piece of news. So apparently a Chinese H-6 bomber was overheard on the radio confirming orders for a simulated attack on a U.S. aircraft carrier near Taiwan. So it wasn't a real attack, but it was a simulated attack. So you know they're taunting each other, and they keep going back and forth. The U.S. and China. The U.S. sailed a carrier through the South China Sea. When was it? Sometime last week, and it turns out that while they did that, there was a simulation order from Chinese H-6 bombers, basically saying that to simulate a bombing attack on the U.S. carrier.
Okay. Yeah, so these simulations are pretty much like a fuck off message or
bombing
something.
Attack.
Like, I mean, it's not like
it's war games. It's war games.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. They show they can. I think that's like the main thing. I think like there's a lot of tension going on now with yeah, especially like with the whole yeah, COVID lockdown stuff, and people blame each other for it, and
Well, yeah. But just to clarify here, we reported that there was a flyover of Chinese bombers and jets, fighter aircraft, on January 23rd, which was a Saturday, right? It was specifically. So it wasn't last Saturday; it was Saturday before. Um, but on that Saturday, they had conducted um, a mock attack on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, um, that was in the waters surrounding Taiwan. So the mock attack occurred between January 23rd and 24th. And we thought that this was targeted at Taiwan, when now it's coming out information that it was targeted more towards the U.S. because they were in the waters surrounding Taiwan.
Okay. Yeah, so Taiwan has been disputed thing for a while after the Hong Kong situation. They are now looking at Taiwan. To be fair, I mean, the USA is a long way from home to be even in that area. My opinion about it. But yeah, China doesn't have jurisdiction over Taiwan either. It's an independent country. So.
Well, no, not according to China. And according to China, they believe that Taiwan is part of China, and if they don't believe it, then it's war.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the Taiwanese believe they're independent. Shit. Like, I mean, you have the right to self-determination, and the people of the country can decide for themselves. That's shit to do with the Xi Jinping. I mean, they say the same about Tibet too. I mean, replacing a Dalai Lama with their own Chinese Dalai Lama and taking over Tibet, or putting Uyghur Muslims in camps, or messing with Nepal and getting their hands in North Vietnam and pulling strings in North Korea. I mean, it's the same story, and I'm not saying this is an anti-China message, because it's not. It's just what these imperialist countries do. The USA does the exact same thing with their imperialist policies. Always the same story. It's like they abuse these other countries for resources and whatever, and China's no different than the US in that. That's what I think of it.
Right. Oh, yeah. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, I'm saying that like, because if I just mention just China, everyone is going to say like, yeah, we're like some pro-US group or whatever. Yeah, we talk more shit about the US than about any other country. But there are other imperialist countries too, and I have to just realize what these people do, how these governments are, and how they treat normal people, and they don't even care about the normal population.
Well, that leads us into our next thing here. Taiwan says Chinese fighters, U.S. aircraft both entered defense zone. So Taiwan is saying that both 6 Chinese fighter aircraft and U.S. reconnaissance aircraft entered their aircraft defense identification zone on Sunday, which this is yet again another provocation of further, this is just escalating. Like, it's escalating since it started. Since it started on January 23rd. I mean, it's been getting worse.
Guys, I see a lot of people jumping on the Periscope now. You have like, if you look at the post below that, you see the YouTube link. There is like a chat, and if you want to say stuff on air, you can say it in the chat there. I will mention everything, and we will soon start about the Navalny thing. I know you guys are like jumping on that hashtag now. I know it's trending. So
yeah, we can jump on that after this. But yeah, it's just trending. Very interesting. So now Taiwan, is saying that both the Chinese and the U.S. had crossed their defense identification zone because they don't want anything to do with the U.S. or with China with this whole situation.
No, why would they? I mean, it's like, okay, so you defeat the Chinese who want your country, and then you let the Americans in who want your country too. I mean, Americans don't care about you. They're on the other side of the world. They just want the resources too. It's just the same story. Yeah.
Well, they were trying. You remember how I said that they were trying to do diplomatic deals and create diplomatic ties with Taiwan over the summer, right? Remember how I said that? How they had secret meetings that were going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they had secret meetings that were going on back and forth with various diplomats going into Taiwan, and China threatened them, threatened Taiwan, and threatened the U.S. that if they don't stop this, that it would be a declaration of war. And they said specifically to the U.S., if you recognize Taiwan, you are crossing the boundary of the One China policy. And the One China policy has been in effect since I think it was since Reagan. I could be wrong. It might be before that, but the point being is that they have this One China policy kind of in effect, and if the U.S. crosses it, China sees that as a declaration of war. And despite this, the U.S. was pushing for deals with Taiwan under Trump and under his administration. So it'll be very interesting if the Biden administration tries to continue that, or if they walk back some of the things that they did.
Okay. Yeah. So I was reading up a bit. Okay. So this is the One China principle, and that later changed into One China policy, like you said. And it's a modified principle known as a 1992 consensus. Under this consensus, both governments agree that there is only one sovereign state encompassing both mainland China and Taiwan, but they disagree about which of the two governments is the legitimate government of this state.
Very confusing policy, very confusing. But so it was under Bill Clinton, it wasn't under Reagan, just to clarify that.
Yeah, so then there is a third group, and this is the Taiwan independence movement, which pushes to establish the Republic of Taiwan and cultivate a separate identity apart from China called Taiwanization. So yeah, so you have two governments fighting about who is a legitimate government, and then you have a Taiwan independence movement that doesn't want to be called China at all. They just want to be Taiwan. Yeah.
Right, and that goes similar to the whole Hong Kong situation too. Who just joined?
Not sure. Let me see.
Oh, it's Terrence. What's up?
Terrence. Okay, so we're going to talk about Navalny soon. I mean, Terrence, do you know some stuff about that? Or?
I kind of came in just... Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, do I sound good? Awesome. I just came in on the kind of the discussion on China at the moment and Taiwan and really the entire South China Sea there. It's there's some reality that has to be taken into consideration here. America is not going to be able to control China anymore in that region any more than China could control the Gulf of Mexico, right? And if you think of all the islands that we have control of in the Caribbean, right? China wouldn't be able to come in and do anything logistically. We just got our ass whooped in the last 4 wars we have fought. There is almost nothing that we can do besides puff ourselves up that doesn't lead to complete world destruction and at best a decimation of our military in the region. It's a really, really, really sticky situation.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and And the information that I got was sometime in January they had drills with the Philippines military that they were doing joint drills because they were essentially being prepared for war because they thought that China was going to attack the Philippines. Like this is like real intelligence information. But they thought that China was going to attack the Philippines, and they ran these drills because China and the Philippines have been going back and forth. I don't know if anybody knows this or not, but there was a lot of threats or veiled threats going back and forth between the Philippines and China over the past couple months, I would say. So, China and the Philippines are having this tug of war, and then the U.S. gets involved, and then Taiwan is now involved. I mean, this is a bad situation. It can explode in many different ways, and it's all stemming from the whole thing years ago with the Obama administration, where they said that the South China Sea did not belong to China, that it belonged to collectively to the Philippines, and I think, what was the other country, Terrence?
To be honest, I don't remember 100% which countries that we counted as being kind of autonomous maritime zones, where it came through that they really didn't have to pay China. Like always, it comes down to taxes, right? They didn't have to pay China taxes for commerce through the South China Sea because, well, it doesn't belong to China. And that didn't seem to go over very well.
Hey, I have one question for you guys. One question. Because now they're all like in these skirmishes and fighting each other. But last week I saw them all together at this big Davos meeting. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think in all actuality, most of it is posturing for the people at home, right? So whether you're China or whether you're America, the build-up, no matter what, is going to make you a ton of money. Right, if you can sell that the Americans are going to try to take over China and destroy, the way of life that the Chinese have built and all of this stuff, and you can at the same time sell to America that Americans that China's taking over the world and they're going to steal all your stuff and your kids are going to be speaking Chinese in a year and you're going to have to salute Mao, right? If you can get both sides to do that, you can make a lot of money just building ships and fucking military stuff and new drones and underwater supersonic nuclear missiles.
Yeah.
In case the Ruskies attack, right? At the end of the day, I would say most of it is just the continuation of the same game that we've always had.
Yeah, it
We need
justifies
two powers to fight each other.
Yeah, it justifies the build-up of the military-industrial complex, right? You create this constant fear and this constant scene of war. While in reality, they sit together at Davos, and I doubt that Russia, or whatever, is really like at war, or even at with the USA. Not a single rocket has ever been fired. It's just
As far as China goes, China has been throwing around rhetoric constantly while at Davos to the U.S. So they did not hold back when they went to the Davos conference. They were throwing rhetoric around left and right, saying basically that the U.S. was pushing the world towards war and pushing China towards war. So, that's like a paraphrasing quote, but essentially that's what Zai said. So, I agree with you guys partially for when you're saying about how the two powers, the two superpowers, right? They're not really at war or what am I saying? Or discussing war, and it's kind of like for show right now. It's like a flex. So that's how I kind of feel about it, more so than just this isn't happening and this is all kind of orchestrated. I kind of think that it's more of a flex especially for the Chinese, flexing to the U.S. because Biden's just came into office, and it's them kind of showing their hands, saying, if things don't change, this is where we're heading. But it's very interesting that China did these two moves in 1 week. The first move was the simulated attack, and then the other move was basically allowing their Coast Guard, saying that for the Coast Guard that firing at foreign vessels is now legal and okay. They legalized it. They said that their Coast Guard can now fire at foreign vessels. That's aimed at the U.S. For sailing their ships through the South China Sea constantly, kind of without letting China know, because they say, or the U.S. says that nobody has to let anybody know that they're sailing their ships or through international waters, this and that.
I don't have to let anybody know that I'm parking my most powerful warship outside your door. That's not something that you would notify anybody of.
Yeah, well, that's literally. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm just saying that's how they view it. That's just that's their view. They say that they're doing freedom navigation. That's literally what it's called. They call it freedom.
Well, I mean, I don't want to downplay the seriousness of the situation, and I'll say that the people that are involved in all sides are extremely terrible at their job. So it's just as dangerous that they're planning, we do some pomp and we all kind of, have a quick dick measuring contest, right? And everybody, China and America, we get to make money off the military-industrial complex. But in all reality, those situations normally do spin off into nightmares. Remember, we were just going to invade Iraq real quick, right? Just have a quick clock through war, bada bing, bada boom, send off some oil, everybody wins, right? That is not reality. Now we've destabilized the entire world in terrorist events that never used to happen, right? Or a daily event, right? We're planning compared to how it actually turned out are completely different.
You get banned on Twitter?
Maybe. I got banned. I got banned from Facebook. I think 3 weeks ago. I had talked to you guys about it in the chat. And that was disheartening for several reasons, but whatever. It's Facebook. We knew it was going to happen. We were, you had to leave. It's just bogus.
I just went to tweet live with your Mark Lubbers and Terrence, and I tried to search for you, and it doesn't show you.
See, I have that too.
No.
I said that to Terrence.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm not banned, but I am. You can't tag me in anything, and you can't. If you go to my page, it's got a big disclaimer there. This person posts, I don't know, something material. It's stupid, but yeah, I am censored but not banned on Twitter.
So what's your handle then?
No, it's the same handle, but he literally can't be tagged in pictures. It's it doesn't even show up. Like normal people who don't allow themselves to be tagged, it says you can't tag this user, but his account doesn't show up entirely. And I replied below.
It's like I don't even exist.
I'm trying to search for you and I can't find you.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So yeah, I don't come up on if you put my name into the or you being shadow banned app. I think that a lot of people used to have there. You'll see you can't I can't be searched. My tweets don't come up in their algorithm, right? Everything except for actually shutting down your page.
Right, yeah, I had that happen.
I'm super popular.
Yeah, I had that happen to me before too, but what's your actual handle so I can actually tweet this out?
Oh, it's still Captain Planet. It's still Captain Planet. I think I'm the only person that has Captain Planet.
Yeah.
I'll tweet this out. I'll retweet this out too, and that will at least you'll be able to see it on my page. But no, I mean, I think all of our pages are are shadow banned as far as you can possibly shadow ban them.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad. Your handle is at Captain Planet?
Oh no, it'll be Terrence, TERRENCE_STR. Support the revolution.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it sucks. I mean, so they make it so obvious now. They push it in your face, right?
Yeah, for real.
Well, they said, look, the moment that they started taking people's, pages down, the banning, and not just what's already out there. Hate speech was already banned. You know what I mean? All of those things that were already fucking banned. When they just started randomly taking down, and this started with the right, but we were telling you, right? As soon as they are done taking down the couple of people that you're fucking clapping for, you realize you're next. Right? If you're speaking out against wars, if you're speaking out about police brutality, if you're, at the Yellow Vest protest, if you're speaking out about Catalonia, if you're speaking out about Hong Kong, right? They are going to take you offline, right? You're the next target. You always have been. It has never been about stopping hate speech. Never. It's always just an excuse. And you're seeing that more and more, where as soon as they're done taking off Alex Jones and the My Pillow douchebag and all those people, right? You were next. You were next. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we've been warning about this for fucking forever. We literally said, when all this started happening with Alex Jones, if you remember, we all said that, you're cheering this on now, but you won't be in a few months. And, only took a few months. Well,
because if nothing else, they're completely predictable. You know what I mean? Fascism is 100% predictable. You don't have to even put the little location thing at the bottom. When you see those those all black fucking riot cops going up, right? You know what fascism looks like. Censorship is exactly the same way, right? It never works out to the people's benefits, right? Like I said, hate speech is already banned. Hate speech is already illegal in some places. Right? You didn't need to pass any extra laws to do that. You didn't need to do any of this to do it. Once you open those floodgates, man, they will focus in on all of the people that were speaking out against them, that were actually speaking truth.
Well, they conflated people who were supporting boycott Israel and everything, and said that was hate speech, and it's no, that's not really hate speech. I mean. It's so ridiculous how they just conflate boycotting a country and say it's hate speech now.
Well, and it's one of those things where, in New, and it was at first it was a silly open-ended question, what are you going to do? Make me buy this shit, right? And then in New York, they tried to pass a law saying that you could not boycott products from Israel. You have to buy products from Israel.
And
what
Texas.
The fuck does that mean? My designated amount of hummus I gotta buy every month? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know, but they did the same thing in Texas, and they said that, it was obviously overturned, but they tried to pass a law saying that people wouldn't get hurricane relief if they were a part of Boycott Israel movement. And I was like, wait, what?
If you don't want these dates, you can't get FEMA relief. That's pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah, it was crazy. I couldn't believe seeing that law, but I was like, oh, okay, well, nothing's surprising to me anymore. But yeah, that was a pretty big shock, to be honest. Going back to the whole China situation and everything, there's also a situation between China and London, and Smiler's going to jump on soon to discuss this. But
oh, nice.
There's some very interesting things that are happening. China has said now that on Friday it will no longer recognize the British National Overseas Passport as a valid travel document.
Smiler will know more about that. Yeah, so for listeners, probably we should have started with the Free Navalny thing, but we'll cover this first. We have time. I hope you guys stick around with us for that. It's going to be worth it. Smiler, you can just start whenever you want.
Yeah, this is the last China topic, just so you guys know, but this is very important, and it kind of ties everything that's going on between the Western nations together.
Yeah.
So, where are you guys?
Hey.
Hi.
we just started talking about the passport, the British national overseas passport situation, and how China is saying it's no longer going to be recognizing it.
Right. So for the listeners who doesn't know anything about the British national passport, have you mentioned any kind of background to it, or?
No.
No, I just started.
Okay, then I can add in that part. So it was given to Hong Kong citizens who were born under British rule. That was until the 1997. So a lot of people were born in British Hong Kong. So when they were born, they were British, and then until then, everyone could get that British national overseas passport. But with that passport, you are recognized as a British person, but you don't have the right of Adobe in Britain. You have the right to vote, and you can also join the army if you want to. Yeah, so that's probably it. After the handover back to China, Hong Kong, handover back to China, this passport is still valid. So when you are holding this passport, some of the people only hold this passport and not the Chinese passport for Hong Kong. So you would refer yourself as British when you're traveling, when you have to fill in forms and so on. And almost the entire world would recognize it as a British passport, other than China or Hong Kong, who would see it as a travel passport, but not really a passport with a nationality. So that's the background until right now. And this week, China and also the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region have declared that they would not recognize this even as a travel document anymore. So people who are right now holding this passport only and who are overseas are not allowed to use it to enter China or Hong Kong, which could be actually where they have their permanent residence in.
Now, do you know why they did this? Because I found it very interesting. Now, I didn't know that the background history of what you just said, but why they did this supposedly is because London had said that they were going to allow millions of Hong Kong residents to come over to the UK for residency and eventual citizenship. And I found that very interesting because of what's going on with Hong Kong and China, and how China has now just invaded Hong Kong very recently, and here's London saying that they're going to accept 5.4 million Hong Kong residents. Now that's a lot of people.
There were so many. That number is the number who could or could have apply for that passport, but actually the number of people who are holding that passport is around 2 million, I guess. So that policy from London was announced already long ago in last year. I think it's last year, and it is going to start working on the 31st of January in 2021. So that was the exact same date when China has recognized that BNO passport.
Interesting. Now, from what I've read and everything, it's that London is actually giving Hong Kong citizens a path to citizenship in London, so they can move to London for 5 years, and then apply for citizenship and work in London. Now, do you think that they're doing this because of what's been going on with Hong Kong and the whole power? What's the word I'm looking for? Power, kind of power tussle between China and Hong Kong, where China came in and took over Hong Kong's sovereignty.
Yeah, of course that has to do with it because, like, in the agreements before the handover, there were supposed to be a set of things that both sides should, like their promises, they should keep it. But eventually, of course, Chinese government broke their promises, and now the British government feels like they're obligated to offer something to compromise for Hong Kongers, especially what's happening in 2019 and 2020. Yes, but it's another thing that everyone is speculating. So because of Brexit, they are losing a lot of manpower and so on. So they would want to get a new source of manpower as well. But I see the situation as a win-win. So good for citizens here, and seems like it would be useful for the British as well.
Do you think that that's going to escalate things further than just having a passport revoked between London and China?
What do you mean by escalating things? Like between
Trade
the
war.
relationships of two countries, or
trade war, or or actual like physical fighting?
no, I don't think much would happen beyond that.
So you don't think London's going to respond with sanctions against China?
Not particularly just London or just the UK. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen with the entire world, it seems like.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be others as well that respond with sanctions because of this. But I'm just kind of curious of if you think that London will respond to this, because usually with politics, it's usually a tit for a tat. And China does this, and then London will respond doing something like sanctioning the country in some way, or.
But was there a date? Was there a date that people had to be able to leave to take advantage of the working visa or whatever, the travel to England?
I believe it's Friday. China's saying it will no longer recognize the British national overseas passport as a valid travel document. So Friday is going to be the date. It's going to be the date that they have to leave Hong Kong and go to London. And I believe that's
that was my question, because how would you leave when there's a travel ban already in place?
Right, I think they could still do it, but they should have a Chinese passport to be able to leave Hong Kong or China, whatever, the border on this side. And then they could enter with the BNO and the UK side.
Well, no, what Terrence is saying is because London just went into a lockdown and did a complete ban on air travel. So yeah, that's very interesting. I didn't even think of that, to be honest. I mean,
it just seems kind of sneaky that they would put a date in that they knew you wouldn't be able to get to London.
Right. But is it a ban for basically everyone, or are citizens allowed to get in?
It's a travel ban altogether. There's no flights that are going in or out, from what I've read.
So is it just for London or the entire UK?
For the entire UK. Go ahead, Terrence.
No, that was my question, because it just seems, if you're going to give people a date that they have to be there, you're going to have a lot, people are going to try to escape and get there. They feel that's their last chance. But then when you get to the airport, they tell you there's no flights, or even worse, you've been marked because you were a protester, you've been marked with a criminal record and you can't travel at all.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really good point. I mean, they are basically trying to allow people to come to London, but it's during a pandemic, so I mean, there's nothing really that we can, or not we, there's nothing they can do. I mean, crazy.
Also travel after that, I guess.
Yeah, but the thing with
Because
that
like
would
this
be,
is okay, because this is the earliest date you can go. There is not a deadline for that.
I'm looking for it. I can't find anything. I don't see much about this.
Have friends
I'm
who are planning to
assuming.
go.
Let me just say real quick, Smiler. I'm just assuming that it's Friday, because China is saying that they'll no longer recognize the document. So if they won't recognize the document, how would they leave Hong Kong? You know, like that's the way I see it. But you know, if they have a another passport that's not a BNO, and they go to London, then I guess they could still go. But the people who are at most risk are the people with BNO passports who wouldn't be able to leave. They'd be stuck.
Yes, they felt like basically everyone who has a Vienna passport after the handover would get a Chinese passport if they have to travel to somewhere. Or, I don't know, for like a lot of admin reasons. A lot of people would get a second passport, Chinese passport as well.
Right, now I'm wondering if China will allow people to go to London knowing that this is what they have planned. You know what I mean? Like, they're...
Yeah, you're put on a list for wanting to fly to London. You know, even if you're
Right,
going there for business, right? You're still like everybody that tries to take off to London over the next couple of weeks, or however long that is immediately like targeted.
Yeah. Especially with the
happening right
communist
now.
government. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but like on this issue, we also have a few points that I find totally ridiculous. Because the Chinese government says that we are not allowing any of our citizens, including Hong Kong, to hold multiple nationalities. Like they say it right now, but before it's not like that. Even a lot of government officials, they hold multiple nationalities. So like right now they see everyone who has a British passport and a Chinese passport as only one of them. And because they're living here, so they see them as only with the Chinese nationality. Based on that, they're like, so now you won't be able to vote here if you hold the Vienna passport and you're willing to go there. Because, you can just go anytime. But that is what I find really ridiculous, because they are not even recognizing that as a travel document. So that's just a little booklet of whatever. Why would they, take away people's right to vote because of that useless booklet that they do not see as anything? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is so weird. But most of the time they do not do good with logic, I say.
I mean, this is a country that has a social credit system where they judge their people based off of political actions. That's all I got to say. And that's coming to other countries as well. Venezuela was sold the technology. There was another country that was sold the technology as well. But anyway, like, they're pushing this social credit system. It's not just staying in China, and that's really dangerous for the world.
And they're trying to also impose that for their allies, or at least persuade them to do so, to make it new norm.
Yeah, I don't know if Venezuela is an ally of China. I'm not too sure about that, but I do know that they accepted a big deal for paying for this technology, and if they paid for the technology, obviously they're going to utilize it and use it.
A lot of these countries, they'll look at a country that has just all sorts of amazing positive things going on about it, and they'll take the policies and ideas that are the absolute worst and want to incorporate them. Like, the social, the social program is shit, and it just ends up, targeting anybody that's speaking out in any of that, and that's the only part of it that they took. They'll look at
Yeah.
America's like riot cops, and they won't look at any of the good shit that we've ever done, right? Oh no, we need that fascism. That was awesome. Let's spread that around. It's crazy.
So true. Then we take what, like, things that could benefit their own region.
Okay, well, this is a good intro in the Navalny situation too, because this is what they do, right? Okay, so the Americans, for example, they will talk about a journalist being arrested in China or in Russia or whatever, but the Chinese will only talk about the bad stuff the Americans do, for example. Like, they are all complaining about the Julian Assange situation, which is a horrible situation, of course, and Russia is on the forefront of blaming the US for all kinds of things surrounding Assange, which is fair, but they don't mention that they were also part of Interpol that asked for his arrest among 96 countries, and they also had him on the arrest list. And second, 58 journalists were murdered or died in mysterious circumstances over the last 10 years in Russia, and for a weird reason all at the exact same day of the month, like I think it was the 6th every month some journalist gets killed. So that's the thing. And now we deal with the Navalny situation. Let's just start about that. Is an opposition leader in Russia. By some he is called the biggest threat to Putin. Putin is most scared of him and doesn't even mention his name publicly directly. Why? Yeah, it's an opposing political party, right? And when he first started talking about Navalny, already on social media, I had all these stories about, he's probably CIA, he's probably whatever. But the thing is, he is historically a Russian nationalist, and he was even pro-Crimea against the Ukraine. Ukraine claimed Crimea, said it was theirs, and Russia claimed the Crimea region too, and they had like a huge dispute about it. Navalny said Crimea is part of Russia, and that was a really huge dispute. So they tried to poison him, and today they sentenced him to 2.5 years in jail, and they also arrested his wife. And there were protests all over the country. I think 150,000 people or so went into the streets, and already 2,500 arrests were made on the first day, because in 2012 protesting was made illegal in Russia, right? So it doesn't mean all protests are banned, but it's no longer. It's called Article 12, if I'm correctly, has the right to peacefully assemble, has been taken out of the constitution. So it doesn't mean all protests are legal, but they have to be sanctioned. So the government has to say you have permission, or otherwise you're not allowed to do a protest. So 2,500 were arrested on day one, and the protest has been going on, and today he was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, which I believe he won't survive. So that's the start about the situation, and it is trending still, I think, the hashtag.
Oh, there were big protests in Red Square tonight. I don't know, or earlier tonight. I don't know how many arrests were there, but they were gearing up right when I came in.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, the way that you said in the beginning, it makes no sense. I listen to every single, politician and journalist in America be immediately outraged about the Navalny situation and be completely silent about Assange.
That's
he's
true.
getting 2 years. Like, and Assange has been sitting for almost a decade now. And it just seems so hypocritical. So, I mean, they had to actively ignore the Assange situation. And just because they feel that it hurts Russia, they'll jump all over this. It's pathetic. Pathetic.
So, and that's the thing. That these states, they only use it when it benefits them. And, like, the Americans do this too. Like, they completely forget about Assange and they point towards the Navalny thing. And the Russians, the RT has been very much in support of Assange. But they are doing the same thing to Navalny. Like, At some point, we have to realize that these authoritarian states are not on our side, and we don't have to pick a side either. Like,
Well, no, because when you look at the ground, you literally cannot tell the difference. Like right now, in the world right now, you cannot tell the difference between the protest, the police, violence at the protest in India, the police violence in Portland, the police violence in New York, the police violence in fucking Russia, and fucking in France. Like, you can point to anywhere on the map, and if you didn't have a little ticker on the side to tell you where it was located, you couldn't tell.
no, exactly. No, and like, what you guys just discussed about, like, that build up of the military and stuff, justification to build up the military. It was also done during like the Cold War, right? And an endless build up of things, militarization of everything, and they also made, like, okay, to be fair, they made a huge progress with science too, like with technology because of it, but it was all done under the brink of war, like to say, like, we're at war now, it's a Cold War, no one is shooting yet, but we're at war, so we have to build up our army, everything has to be focused on it, right? But they were both doing the same thing, and I can tell you this, if Russia, for example, would not have done that, the US would have never had the justification to do it, and the other way around, right? So it is, to me, very possible that they both played the same game, that they were just playing a soccer game together. Or pitching the ball to each other.
Yeah, I think that's where, because they don't want the game to end, right? Like, that's, they've got, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of nuclear weapons now. Obviously, the end game is not to nuke the Earth, but we have to play it anyway.
Yeah.
It's such a weird, like, game that's so obvious that I don't know why we play along with it. And they use, like, the misnomer. Well, look at the scientific benefits that we got from it. But in all actuality, you could use just about anything that you use to kill each other is better used in anything else, right? No matter what it is, right? The technology that you use to murder each other is better used in any other situation, right? If you would have taken the trillions of dollars that we spent on the F-35 and put it into vaccine research, right, you would have been way better off. But we don't ever do that, right? We maybe get the dregs when somebody says, well, we designed the jet engine to murder each other. Well, yeah, but most of what the jet engine does is not to murder each other. You would have been way better to just put the research into that.
I mean, let's be honest now. They're now using their time to research deadly AI and swarm drones. Swarm drones are the new hot pick for the military.
Well, in that they're trying now for a missile system, and this is scary, right? They want to build a missile system that can kill anyone in the world within an hour. And you got to think about that. The one thing that we have on our side is that it takes time to set this shit up. You don't want some asshole in a suit to be able to push a button and murder people all over the world. They will do it, and then, well, sorry, it's already off. It only took an hour. Right? That's way too little time to be trusted with complete and utter psychopaths. The fact that it takes you years to get this together is a good deal for humanity. The fact that you can push a button in a back room and blow up somebody's house, right, is a bad deal. These people cannot be trusted with that kind of power. They fuck up the world with the little bit of power they have now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Both governments too. Let's just point that out there. I mean, it's not just the U.S. It's Russia and the U.S. So I mean,
yeah, and China. I mean, these are authoritarian governments. Look at what China does too in Asia. They invade literally Tibet. They replace the Dalai Lama in Tibet with their own Dalai Lama, right? Or they mess with Nepal, or they go into like what I said, like North Vietnam and all these places. They have like their
Mongolia. They are actively right now trying to take over Mongolia. They've claimed Mongolia is part of China. Mongolia.
Mongolia is like super old. Like it.
That's what I'm saying though. That's like what worries me is what China is doing now is essentially they're trying to rebuild the old Chinese empire. That's what it looks like to me. They're trying to claim land that hasn't been theirs for centuries. Like,
Well, it's like a lot of these places, like a lot of these idealistic, visions are the world that they're talking about never existed in the first place. The empire that they're trying to describe that is some basically fictional movie version fairy tale, right? Never existed in history either. But yet, they'd like to build that there was this unified, Chinese super empire that ruled the entire, Asian continent, and that didn't exist any more than all of the other super empires did.
No, exactly.
well, I forget what leader was of China, but there was a point in time where there was more land than they have now, and it kind of seems like they're expanding. And that's why they went after Hong Kong, and that's why they're going after Taiwan, and that's why they're going after Mongolia. And
Tibet's
it
among
all started
passes.
with Tibet. It all started with Tibet.
But like the map they had before, even though they have like a wider land and extending into multiple countries that are individual countries right now, that time the ruling was entirely different. They did not require everyone to be the same, to be that same Chinese, but everyone could, have their own community, their own cultural background. It's all right with it. They are just, claiming that land, and that was all the time. But now what they're trying to do here, it's different from what it was before in those dynasties when they had a huge
Right.
run of land.
No, yeah, I 100% agree with you and Terrence in saying that it's basically like their own fantasy. But I mean, there was a point in time where they did own more land than they do now, and I mean, it kind of seems to me like they want to go back to that and expand on it. It's not enough that they want to take back the land, or I should say, quote unquote, take back the land that they had conquered from them. They have to expand now, like into a fantasy kind of empire, as Terrence said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it will, it has to be noted that never works. You know what I mean? Every country that has tried to pull that off, that has tried to make a single national identity for the entire country, has failed miserably. You get too strung out, another, power raises and takes all your shit because you can't do anything about it. You build division trying to take over an area that long, right? You really don't have any contact. They live in a completely different world than you live in. 1,000 miles away, right? They've got a different language, different food, different, you know what I mean? Everything. You can't keep a hold of it. But Lord knows, do they try.
Now, my question for you guys is, do you think what's going on between China and India is also a product of them trying to expand their country? And do you think that they want to take over India?
I do. I think that, yeah, that would probably be one of the things that a crazy person, authoritarian government would think, right? Like, they do look at a region in India and think, oh, wow, we can control that area. Control. Right? Of course they look at it and think of that way. The same way we look at the Middle East. You looked at the Middle East and thought, boy, we need to control that. Control. And it never works. But yeah, they do look at the map, and they don't look at the map of, of wanting the people to be happy. They don't want to look at the map and think, and want people to be fed or healthy or any of those things. They look at the map and think, what can I take that I don't already have?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know. There was that skirmish on the border. Both the countries said that was handled locally. I don't even know what that means.
There was a skirmish just a few days or a week ago. There was another.
Yeah, it was like,
yeah.
It's like a patrol of Chinese soldiers and a patrol of Indian soldiers beat each other up with sticks for a while. I don't understand what the point is. Like, you don't really think that India is going to be part of China, right? Like, that's not. It's not a rational thought, but I do see that people in offices think of shit like that. They roll the map out on their desk, right? And they just start breaking stuff up. And the problem with that mindset is that you're drawing lines on a map. None of that is real. Mountains are real, resources are real, people are real. The things that you're drawing on a map are made up, and because they're made up, they change.
Well, the reason why I said that about India is because Taiwan is right there next to India. It's a perfect spot for them. If China invades Taiwan, right? They take over Taiwan. They are right there at the doorstep of India. You know, like they would have such strategic positioning.
Strategic, yes, but I think like the American problem, like all of that shit, you have a cultural divide that keeps you from doing anything meaningful. There are not huge amounts of Chinese people that want to live in the middle of India, right? So what is your plan on taking it over? The most you can do is take over the government part of it, but even China's been controlled by other governments, smaller governments in some cases. That's how we got to this place. Right? There was a while there where Japan felt that they could rule over all of China. They were going to build the great Japanese empire. But at the end of the day, the Japanese are not Chinese and the Chinese are not Japanese. So you can't take over that area. And you could invade China, or you can invade India with China. They could fight for a little bit, but at the end of the day, you're not going to millions and millions and millions of Chinese people are not going to want to move to the middle of India.
Yeah.
And because of that, what's the point besides rolling out the paper on the map?
Well, they do have, also like territorial disputes, China and India. I mean, you have, then it's kind of like people have been silent about this part because it's mostly between Pakistan and India. But China also has a Kashmir region they control.
Let me just interrupt you there for a second because I thought Taiwan was closer to India than it is. It's not. I thought it was right there at the border. It's not.
No, it's an island in front of China.
Oh yeah, no. I knew it was an island, but I thought it was closer to. For some reason, I thought it was closer to India. So I knew it was an island. I just didn't know. Like, I was looking at a map, and just to say before I asked the question, I was looking at a map, and it showed where India was, and then it showed an island split. And it said that was also Indian. I thought that was Taiwan, and it wasn't. So I made a mistake.
Okay, well, they have the dispute over Kashmir. I mean, China is the third party in Kashmir, and it's a pretty big region too that China controls Kashmir. So there's three parties fighting over Kashmir: Pakistan, India, and China. But they also have Nepal exactly like in the middle between India and China, and China is obviously also trying to take control over Nepal more and more. And you have the Bhutan area, and then you have an area called Arunachal Pradesh, where they also have a border dispute. It's like they have a dispute almost like over the entire border between India and China.
They should build a wall.
Yeah, actually, they could build a wall. Oh yeah, and Beijing shows it as southern Tibet. Like the Pradesh area in India is shown by China as southern Tibet. So they say they control that too.
Yeah, during the Qing dynasty, I believe this is the map that I was looking for. If you guys haven't seen it.
Not dynasty with the largest territory of China.
I think this is the one. I'm not versed in China history at all, so don't take everything I say with a grain of salt. But besides that, I mean, I think that this is
10,000 years is a long time, man.
Oh no, I agree with you, but that's
you
what
can only be versed in a part of Chinese history.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, but I mean, that's what I think that they're trying to recreate, like the Greater China.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so that one's even more land.
But more to the north side.
Yeah, I see that. Is that the biggest map that we have for past Chinese history of geological locations basically owned.
Actually, I was taught that, I think. So that's way back then in 1294.
Yeah, it's fucking 10,000 years ago.
Yes, and that's why they're always claiming, like, every place has been a part of us in history because they've been taken over different parts of Asia at different times. And
That's
they
a good
claim
point.
that as if it's always been there the entire time. But they've, like, just taken it for 100 years and then they lost it again and, they're taken different places at different times.
Humanity is weird.
The greed is real, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. And that's exactly the one that you posted, the Yuan Dynasty, or however you say that. I think that's it, but I could be wrong. That's the what they're trying to recreate. They're trying to take over all that land. It's so obvious. It's the Greater China Plan. That was actually in their diplomatic documents from, I believe it was like 2016, 2017, something like that. Yuan? Or Yan?
The two, it's like that.
How do you say it? Say it.
Yuan.
Yan.
Let's just forget that.
Yeah, we'll be here all night.
You're gonna start listing off dynasties for the next 10,000 years. But I mean, it's the point. You can list off all of the different dynasties, but on a bigger level, you can list off the empires, and the one thing you can count on is every single one of them fails. It's not like it's 10,000 years of constant, chain of government, right? They're so wildly different they might not even be the same. They might as well not even be the same country.
Like, people also live differently back then, and governments don't care that much about how their people are leaving. Not like, the President of China was always trying to do things with the surveillance and stuff.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, not only do we demand you be like this, but now we have to watch you to make sure that you're not dressing exactly the way we told you to, or you're not talking exactly the way we told you to. That's not a Chinese word. Like, it's just weird.
You guys heard of it, but this is one really great joke. I mean, it's not the news, but I feel like I should tell you guys it. So recently, the Education Bureau, or whatever they call it in China, has announced a new policy. So because of the trending of the green stars, the males are portrayed as more, neutral gendered or even feminized, and I feel like that is wrong, and they have to, change students' aesthetics because of that. So
Look, if your manhood is threatened by K-pop stars, you've got issues.
Yes, and they are like seriously implementing things to, I don't know, to help male students feel more like man.
More manly.
Like they're teaching them to be more manly, and one of the things include to have like, what do you call it? Yes, athletes as school teachers.
What?
They know they might not be good at teaching. They're just athletes. They look like men. But I don't feel like that would do any good on education.
Well, and if there's one thing that most athletes are known for, it's being brilliant.
Yeah,
Yes,
let me
I
just
do.
Tyler, did you see the propaganda?
Terrence.
I just want to say real quick, Smaller, did you? Because you brought up something I thought was really interesting. Did you see the K-pop video of that China basically paid for, where basically all these K-poppers are singing about how wonderful the surveillance technology is in China?
Wait, what?
What kind of nightmare is this?
I do know they use K-pop stars for a lot of propaganda videos or promotions, but for surveillance, no, I've never heard of that. Or am I not allowed to do that, perhaps?
Surveillance, it's fantastic.
No, seriously, they did a song, and this is like selling your soul for the Chinese government. I don't know if I would assume that they would have had to have been like threatened to do this song, because I mean like it's singing like about how the
Oh my god.
of the social credit system and how wonderful the social credit system is and how wonderful the surveillance state is.
Oh my god, dude, you're killing me.
I'm serious. I can't remember what it's called. I'll find it eventually, but
That was bad.
it's so funny.
It reminds me of like the old Dare videos. You know what I mean? Like, hey kids, you know what's really cool? Government surveillance. I'm just trying to pick like a US or European pop star that I could imagine coming out and giving a pro-government surveillance like pop song. Maybe Kanye West.
Here's one. This isn't it, but this is one of the other ones that they did, where they're publicly backing China and Hong Kong.
This is like dystopian level 1000. Sorry guys, I'm checking this out, like, because the video in my head, I know it's not going to be as good as this one, but...
This is crazy, right? But this is, yeah, these are true propaganda campaigns. These
Oh yeah, the K-pop. Yeah, it can't be understated that K-pop is so popular in China, South Korea, and other Asian countries. I mean, that this is like full on using them for propaganda.
Well, that's not new either.
I don't know what I would do. Like, you know, parents used to come to their kids' room and, you know, maybe they were listening to rap that they didn't like, or maybe they were, you know, listening to some fucking metal or something that they didn't like. I don't know what I would do if I came into my kids' room and they were listening to government propaganda. Like, I failed as a parent. Like, get that shit out of it. Destroys lives.
Yeah, well, this is not new. Okay, so K-pop is a popular music there, right? But, I mean, this is not new in history. I mean, the Germans used German folk music too, and they were marching with their German folk music. They were like singing during marches, right? They were.
The media. Even if you make a war movie, right? The U.S. government gets final word on whether it comes out or not. Is why we end up with these movies that, you know, yeah, it's, you know, the right sounds and some of the right machines, but this is not what war is like. That's not what happened. And the reason that is because most of our media has the government's hand in it, and that's not conspiracy theory. If you want to make a war movie, the U.S. government has to give it the okay.
Oh yeah, and you can find a list though. I mean, you can search like even on Google or whatever. You can type in which movies the military helped to fund, and you see like a huge list where they at least have funded it in some part. So yeah.
Oh yeah, from the Transformers movies, right? And I mean everything, you know, that's really been made since the end of World War II, the U.S. government has had a hand in, or at least gets to okay it, that, you know, you're not saying something you're not supposed to. So I mean, if you look at some of the like you know, government being exposed, you know, movies that are out there, you know, kind of the kind of are around well-known conspiracy theories. They're not conspiracy theories once they're proved. I just don't know what real word for that is. But even those ones that come out, you think that you're getting like real or new or interesting information, but the only information you're getting has already been checked off by the government. So if you're in watching a MK Ultra video, movie or documentary, realize that the U.S. government okayed everything that's in that video.
Yeah, I found that the K-pop video where they praise the social credit system. The funny thing is, they make it sound like it's an anime soundtrack. Like,
Want to know more?
I mean, you could play it and listen to it. It's just funny. Can we
No,
get a
no.
translation? Oh, come on.
This music is destroying our children.
I just want to know what they're saying, Smiler, please.
They're
Do you
like
know?
lyric or what?
What?
Yeah, the lyrics.
Lyric?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll start from the very beginning. The stars are in the sky, and it's profoundly so bright. And okay.
And the government watches me at night.
No, my fellows are gentlemen, and okay, the world is always changing, and you have to take it very seriously with the faith in your heart that can overcome any kind of difficulties. If you say it, it's a vow, and if you do it, it's, I don't know how to translate that word. I don't know, then you have to do it, something like that. And you have to put your trust in your heart when you go on. And it's a poem when you write it, and it will become a classic every day you're doing. You say it and you do it. The use with tragic. Yes, I think that's the first part of it. And you probably would get what they're trying to say. It's like, so the youth here, we should have a due credit of ourselves, like follow the rules, and
Hold on, wait.
I kind of get that image, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, the big one following
I just wanted to know.
Chinese policies,
Yeah.
policies.
I just wanted to know how brainwashing the lyrics actually were.
At the very beginning, it says, the unit of supervision, that is the communist, what do you call it? The communist youth organization, something like that. The development of youth department.
What?
Yes. So it is
Listen,
very common.
Now that's literally is the equivalent to what the Nazis did with the Nazi youth. That is insane.
I see why, guys. That is catchy.
Yes. I didn't play the sound, I missed it. I was just reading out the lyrics.
No, he's listening it to himself.
I'm afraid you guys could hear it. I don't even know.
What is the chorus? I'm curious what the chorus is, because that's usually the most, that's the most subliminal part.
Wi-Fi isn't very nice. It's loading. Because I just have it right back to the beginning. Graphics.
I gotcha. Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to listen to this, but I just really want to know what the chorus is and everything, because it's very catchy.
Okay, we have been talking about China and all this stuff for the whole time now, but most of the listeners came for the Navalny situation. Literally.
It's true. It's hard not to. Like, all of these issues are so interconnected. Not always
they are,
on
yeah.
what the actual political party is, whether it's Russia, whether it's the US, whether it's China, right? But the underlying fascism, right? The underlying, authoritarianism is exactly the same.
Yeah.
So I mean, when we look to go back to Russia, this didn't come out of nowhere, as you were talking about before. This is, the amount of journalists, and those are the ones that we hear about. You know what I mean? Where people disappear, people get imprisoned. The same tactic is used over and over and over again. And at least in Russia, it doesn't look like it's going in the right direction as far as, the authoritarianism is concerned. No matter how hard they came down, the protests have only been getting bigger. Like, it's obviously not working. They arrested, 2,000 people a couple of days ago. What we were seeing from Red Square was thousands and thousands of people marching.
We can contrast this too, because there's also a song that is Russian propaganda, and I'm sure I could find an American one too if we really want to. But here's this one about Putin, and then it's basically all.
I mean, look at. I mean, if you don't think music is powerful, look at what the lengths that Russia went to arrest and attack Pussy Riot. Right, and they weren't even running for office. They were just speaking out in songs. I think they went to one protest before they were arrested, and they got longer. If I'm not mistaken, they got longer than Yemeni did. Right, they got longer than 2 years.
Well, no, they went. Okay, so they went to a protest. Made a couple songs, and then after that, I mean, there was way more. Fans and also the women that were involved in it, they also started protesting, and then they slowly just started arresting them and charging them. So yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. That these governments use propaganda like that, and like I said, here's this Russian song, "One Like Putin," and it's basically a whole bunch of women saying they want a man like Putin.
Like, isn't he 70 something now?
Something like that. I mean,
I'm not telling you how to do. I mean, you can be into anybody you want. That's fine, but I mean,
from
from pop
2008.
song, I think you're kind of
So,
pushing
I mean, he was only like what, 60?
I'm not a tall dude either, but I think he's only like 5'8".
I don't think he was. I think he was much younger when this was actually made, but I don't know.
We can't be throwing stones. What did they have that? Did you see that Nightmare that was the Hot Cup of Joe cartoon? They tried to make like a hot version of Joe Biden, and it came off as total fucking creepy. But they did it, no doubt. Somebody spent money on that.
Yeah, reading these lyrics from this song is hilarious. I mean, you guys, you just need to read the lyrics of this song, the Russian song, because it's right there in English, and it's hilarious what they're saying.
One like Putin who won't be a drunk.
I got them moves like Putin. I got them moves like Putin. I got them moves like Putin.
Your songs do that as well. That's free.
I've seen him on the news last night. He was telling the world has come to a crossroads. Oh my god.
Like, at first you like him, right? Because he like stands up against like what we know that is like these authoritarians in our areas and stuff, and they fuck everything up for us. And then, yeah, you see that they're doing the exact same stuff. Like, there's no difference at all. It's just the same bullshit everywhere.
No, you just take a little blue sticker off and you put a little red sticker on. The hilarious part is like that's what some of the little bit of information that they do trade back and forth with each other, right? So they won't work on a cure for a disease, but they will switch on what the most effective use of propaganda is, right? Like those are the things that our governments trade back and forth. They won't trade back and forth anything that'll help humanity, but for weapons designs, for fucking all sorts of evil stuff, you need a million things of body armor and tear gas. Shit, America will send you those, right? It'll be we'll count it as a humanitarian effort or something, right? Build some good rapport between us and the Russians. Like that's the shit they trade back and forth.
Yeah. So let me say like. If you only look at the list, I use the CPJ.org. That's the Committee to Protect Journalists. It's an international organization, and it gives 58 journalists killed in Russia between 1992 and 2020. Last one in 2000.
The amount that are poisoned, like the Russians love poisoning people. Holy crap! Like that's their like signature now. Is you got assassinated by a Russian assassin because you were poisoned. It's messed up. Yeah. America's drones, Russia's fucking poison. It's fucked up because even worse, like even at that, they're spending way less money to do it than we are.
Yeah, only if you like compare it. Like, so it's always weird to compare it like with the Assange situation, right? But when so we make a huge stir about collateral murder video and. Which is justified because it's fucking shocking how they kill civilians and kill 2 Reuters journalists, right? But I look at the list of the CPJ and in 2004, which is around is a little later, but Russia killed Atlan Kazanov from Reuters. No one ever heard of him. Really? So he was died in Russia. And you have a whole list of people from the Novaya Gazeta, which is like the new Gazette. A Russian public TV, Ramzan Akatiev. Rory Peck from ARD television company. It's like the list.
I know there's been anybody that's tried to cover the mansions that Putin's built. He says they're not his. They're just built in his name that he gets to live in or something. I don't know how that works, but anybody that even like remotely looks into that immediately turns up dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what they all do, these billionaires, right? They put it on some other name and stuff, and otherwise they have to like pay taxes officially or whatever.
Well, I like a challenge. So I mean, what am I looking into?
All right, so Putin, since he's became president, has amassed an insane amount of wealth, but it's not in his name. It's like shell companies and all of that. And one of the ones that's been like a sticking point with the Russian people is these mansions that he's built. And these are billion-dollar properties that he's built on the back of the Russian people. And he claims, well, it's not mine. I just live there, or all my family or cousins or co-workers or whatever, cohorts, whatever you want to call it, live there or built it for me. But it's just a scam. He's just as corrupt and capitalist as the people that he's claiming to be against.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and that's what people have to realize.
I was just going to say, we know that Putin was involved in the was it Panama Papers, or what was the other one? There was another one. His name was in it. I remember.
Well, I mean, they've been a player in since the fall. There was a big power vacuum. And they managed to fill that power vacuum relatively quickly. But it's 100% a gutless capitalist system. You built a mansion off of the backs of your people. What's changed about that?
Yeah. Okay. So just this example in 2019, how it affects us, like the Russia, like Germany relations, like. The Stop ACTA 2 movement was created to defend the internet, free and open internet. There were parties on our side, right? But in the end, there was a deal made, and they agreed to do it. And in return, they agreed to the Nord Stream 2 oil pipeline or gas pipeline to Russia to supply gas from Russia to Germany, and that was something Germany and Russia wanted for a long time, and the European Union wasn't too happy about it. And Germany was initially against the ACTA 2 thing, and the European Union gave the Nord Stream permission in return for Germany voting in favor of ACTA for censoring our internet. So, in that sense, like that is a Russia-Germany pipeline, and to say like, okay, so the West and the NATO, we hate Russia so much. No. The countries we live in just gave up our free and open internet for a gas deal with Russia.
Yeah, the fact that you traded my rights for an oil pipeline is probably the most despicable thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And like this pipeline, a lot of people don't even realize how much is going on here, right? So Russia, Europe, and the U.S. and the Ukraine, right, have this four-way fight over this oil pipeline. That's the only reason America even gives a shit about it, is we want to run a pipeline through the middle of fucking Ukraine and then sell the oil to Europe. And Russia wants to run the pipeline directly from Russia all the way into Europe, and they say that they own it. But the fact that you're fighting and trying to give away our rights for a resource that isn't even going to exist in 40 years is insanity.
Yeah.
It probably also has to do with the Crimea pyramids that they found as well. The U.S. has always been preoccupied on taking over archaeological sites.
There's also a lot of value in that, right? I mean, not just knowledge, but also a lot of value. I mean, it's tourist value and all these things. So yeah, there's a whole economy you can build around that, like around pyramids. If you look at Egypt, I mean, the whole country is built around these pyramids. I mean, everyone knows about Egypt because of pyramids.
If you get a chance to look them up, they are super cool. And it's one of those things, like, people were walking around them and living on them and didn't even realize it. And then, like, when aerial photos came out, they're like, hey guys, look, you're on a pyramid.
Those actually go back to the Jurassic period. That's the key thing there too, is that those pyramids in Crimea go back to the Jurassic period, and they are the only pyramids that we've discovered thus far. I imagine that there's pyramids in Antarctica as well that go back to the Jurassic period.
There's some cool ones. There's the ones that are off. There's like 4 of them that are like insanely old, depending on what they are and how they were made and all of that. There's some off the coast of Japan that are, if they are pyramids, would be some of the oldest pyramids on the planet. There's the ones in Crimea, and then there's the ones that are down by the Eye in Africa, and they are just insanely old for whatever they are.
Yeah, they said that the Crimea. Oh my God, I'm saying like you did. The Crimea pyramids. They said that those are the oldest that they've ever found, and that they go back to the Jurassic period. And then all of a sudden, you see that the U.S. wants to get into Ukraine, and this whole plot to overthrow the Ukrainian government, and Russia wants to get into Crimea. I mean, like, it's very obvious that those pyramids being discovered was a catalyst for both Russia and the U.S. for trying to invade.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
it's interesting stuff for sure.
There's a few political benefits, like you can claim that a certain culture lived in that area.
Yeah, everybody wants to act like they were the first peoples there, and like Russians moved from east to west, and not from the middle of Russia outward, which they really would like that to have been the case.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the Scandinavian, the Vikings actually conquered a huge area of it too.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was describing. I guess it's a west to east move, but yeah, the west to east move was where the population settled, and they would really like it to have happened somewhere in the middle of Russia, right outside of Moscow. It'd be great.
Yeah, it's not true. No, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean Russia, Rusland. Yeah, that is another word for Viking, I think, Rus. So, yeah, originally, and they're doing a lot of trade in the Ukraine area too. The Vikings back then. Yeah.
Yeah, the study of the human genome has really like tied down how people moved around the world, before we kept records, because every culture has like a real story, and then the kind of it's not fictitious, there are like pieces of truth in it, but it's not a real history, it's more of a cultural history, and those two things don't always match up 100%.
Yeah, so it's just like when you discuss this Navalny situation, and then you think immediately about Assange, and you think about what the Chinese are doing, what Saudi Arabia is doing too. Like, yeah, it's also shocking, and what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, including Palestinian journalists. Right, you see, it goes on everywhere.
Just to note, or to discuss, right? So Russia's on its own internet and supposedly had full control over all of the information coming in, on the on computer, coming in and out of the country. But that obviously did not work at all, because as these protests were going on, they've shut everything down, and yet we were still getting broadcast, live streams, videos directly from what was going on the ground. I just thought that was kind of interesting to see in a place that, said, hey, we've cut off all internet, the same way India said they cut off all internet, and that has not worked at all.
That's a good point. AK, you're being silent.
No.
Oh.
I was just letting.
I bet you he's reading.
I was just letting Terrence talk.
Okay. Yeah.
In regards to the Russian internet, I don't think that went through yet, did it?
I thought they had made a statement a little bit ago that they controlled, the networks inside of the country.
Oh, I thought you meant that they had disconnected from the world. Okay, all right. Because I know that they were discussing that. Both Russia and I think it was India were discussing disconnecting the world from their internet and just having a localized internet within the country. But they don't realize that would also make them a target to, like hacking, because it wouldn't be as secure. I mean, whatever.
Well, I mean that, and I don't think it takes into consideration wireless and/or satellite. As that becomes more and more of a thing, eventually the entire planet will have internet, right? How are you planning on controlling that?
That's a really good point, actually. Like with what Elon's doing with Starlink, they literally cannot block people from connecting to that unless it's based off of like a hardware implementation on their phones and devices that would block Starlink.
Yeah, because I remember in Afghanistan, they had a lot of rules. You couldn't get Western TV, you couldn't get, all this. So, I mean, all of that stuff was either blocked or, the service wasn't available. But then when you drive down the street, you just see tons and tons and tons of satellite dishes. Right? And people just had, nobody said anything about it. Just everybody they watched all the same shows we were. You know what I mean? They watched The Simpsons at night, right? But then if you ask the government, they're like, no, we have complete control of it all, of all media, right? And that just was so very not true, because the technology that you have control of is obsolete. I hope it goes in that direction.
Yeah, I don't get that separate internet thing. I mean, they're pretty much talking about like a huge local LAN or something. But you also have like an application layer, and as long as they use like similar applications, these applications would still communicate with each other. I mean, you can still connect things to each other. So I don't really get the point of any of that. It's weird to me.
Sounds like one of those plans that looks great on paper.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense. You have to like use entirely different protocols or whatever. Like, you forget the entire application layer. People are used to using like whatever, like Telegram or something, or that site vk.com they're using too. And I mean, we can use that site too. Yeah. So we would still communicate with Russian people because they are on VK and we're also on VK. Yeah. Makes much sense to me. I do get it. They might be just saying it to say like, okay, we can if you want to, right? We can. That already is a huge message. The same as that okay, so AK said this earlier in the show that they're doing some kind of exercise where the Chinese are doing some kind of exercise where they take out a U.S. Marine ship. I don't think they're ever planning to attack any U.S. Marine ship, but they've just shown that they can. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a huge part of what our military does is war games. But when Trump was in office, it was a big deal that we canceled the war games between us and North Korea. Or, we would go right up to the border, do all these weird war games, like pretend like we were going to attack them, but it's just a game, we're not really doing it. And it's just something that militaries do for some reason. I don't know who else they would train to attack other than the U.S. You know what I mean? Like it's a weird thing that armies use to prove that they're effective at each other. So like cleaning your guns on somebody's doorstop, like door front, you're not actually going to shoot them. I just want to show them that I've got guns and I could kill them if I wanted to, right?
Yeah.
It's a weird thing that our governments do. But it is made to sometimes antagonize an enemy, sometimes to show a force. In this case, we're proving that we can attack you. Like you prove that you can attack us. It's just I don't get it. I don't get it.
It might also be to boost morale, right? Like for your own soldiers to say like, okay, look, this is what we can to the USA. We're planning to attack Tibet or something. They don't stand a chance because this is what we can do to the USA. So those are the most powerful. Like, seems like a good propaganda op for your soldiers too.
Oh yeah, definitely. And show off some of your toys.
I can imagine it helps for these soldiers. I think like, yeah, we can easily take on U.S. warships, so we can take on anyone, right? So any other country in the area doesn't stand a chance against us. Yeah.
Well, they've been revealing a lot of tech too. China has, and then the U.S. They reveal tech and everything. It's like, again, it's a tit for tat. It's just back and forth.
Yeah, I've never understood that. I've just never the back and forth between some of these countries, especially when there's all these problems. If you really wanted to threaten a country, you'd threaten them with positive stuff. If you want to undermine a dictator, the best way to do that is feed its people.
Yeah.
Right? They will love you forever. They'll fucking hate him. That was the guy that was just starving me to death. Right? But that's the way to undermine a dictator. But we only have this one set. Well, we'll show them we've got the biggest dick. That'll do it. And it never works. We've been fighting North Korea for fucking 60 years now. Obviously, they don't care how big your military is. Right? There's only 20 million of them all together, like North and South Korea.
Yeah, and by the way, this is very very understood as a war tactic too against dictators. I mean, even during Nazi occupation of Europe, the Allies dropped a lot of fake Deutsche Marks over the German territory. They provided a lot of fake currency because there was a lot of poverty, and with the fake currency, I don't even want to say fake. It was real currency. They just printed it too, and they provided plenty of resistance movements with currency or with food stamps and stuff. So yeah, fake food stamps. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just at a certain point when you look at the places that we're engaged in and places that we're playing all these games in, bombs are the last thing that are going to get you support in that area, but that's the only thing that we ever drop. Like, it should be a real fear that I'll come in and I will seriously heal every single person in this fucking country. Can you imagine trying to run for government and the other guys are the ones that gave medicine? Why would I vote? Why would I support you? You're not getting my people medicine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, if you drop positive messages, you have the people behind you in no time.
Yeah, but we really do think that we're going to bomb people into liking us. And even when it's dealing with the Chinese, you would be much apt to go about it in all other ways. Like, the only way a military build-up benefits is people in the military-industrial complex. Like, at the end of the day, these countries are so big and so powerful, even at their current rates, right, with the nuclear arsenals that they have, that's world-ending, right? And then what's the point? There will be no China, there will be no America, there'll be no anybody. Right? They love the build-up, but there's nothing to end it, because it's not designed to have an end.
No, the build-up itself is the goal, I think. Yeah, so that justifies more tax money to the complex, to the military-industrial complex, more taking away your rights for safety, and yeah, justifies so much for these people, and people fall for it too. And then that I also think that whole Red Scare thing is about that you are always have to be scared of Russia. That I don't think it ever literally had one Marine ship at the U.S. border. Perhaps in the Alaska area, because it's literally their border too. So
Lagging for me. I don't know if you're lagging for Terrence as well, but you're lagging for me.
Oh my god, I 100% thought it was just me, because I have the worst internet.
yeah,
No, I could not. You sounded like a robot, Mark. Like, you know how you guys used to mock me? Oh, you sound like a robot? Yeah, well, that's how you sounded. You sounded like a freaking robot. I could not understand a word you said. It sounded like you were gargling.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's the server. 1 second.
You must have hit on one of the no-no topics.
Yeah.
Speaking of no-no topics, this other article I just posted.
One, two.
You switched servers.
Yeah, go ahead. Switching to one topic I just posted, you said.
I said the topic that I just posted is fucking insane, man. How the Biden administration wants to create a reality Caesar.
What does that mean?
Oh, they want to combat hoaxes and lies and put somebody in charge of it.
Oh, is he stepping down?
That's a good one.
I don't even I honestly, I was trying to honestly just get away from it that was my goal. I am so sick of Biden. The man has only been in fucking office for 2 weeks. I mean, I was 40 years of being fucking sick of him, but this is just the worst.
It's Terrence's worst nightmare come to reality.
Oh my god, all of them in one office.
This is interesting, to be honest. I mean, this is the Ministry of Truth that they are proposing here, right out of George Orwell's book.
Oh yeah, and when you think of all of the things, and this is the problem with that, right? Because, don't look at it right now, which is always the easy way to do it, right? That's when it's hot, you know what I mean? The things that are going on, they said horrible things, they attacked the Capitol, they did this, they did that. That's when it's hot. But look back, for a small amount of time, and look at the people that they were censoring not even 3 years ago, right? They were censoring people speaking out about oil, right? There were people that were, speaking out about the climate crisis that's on us, speaking out about fucking fracking, right? Speaking about the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's who they were censoring, right? When they had the opportunity, right? That's who they censored. And to expect them not to turn around and do that exact same thing with more power is insanity.
Right, that's who the government was censoring. Yeah.
Yeah, people look, if you went out there and said, fracking is poisoning these people's water, right? It's causing, remember the earthquakes, right? We were taken off of Facebook for the earthquakes in Oklahoma, Oh
Yeah.
no, the earthquakes in Oklahoma aren't because of fracking. No, you're a fucking liar, right?
got
They told us that all the time.
Years later, study scientists. Fracking causes earthquakes. Well, no fucking shit. What did you think? Like, these fact checkers on Facebook are seriously the dumbest people that I think have ever been born, in my opinion. Because, like, you know, I had somebody try to spin a scientific article and say that I said that there was going to be explosions above the Earth. No, I never said that. I said asteroid. Airburst. Airburst is a scientific term. Like, you know, like...
Oh, we had a big one in New York? Was it New York or Chicago a couple of weeks ago? Did you guys see that?
Yeah. And that's true. And that's the thing. Like, they can happen when there's a asteroid or comet that's coming close to the atmosphere. It can cause an airburst, or it's called an atmospheric explosion. And the fact that I used the word atmospheric explosion, oh no! You think that a fucking asteroid's going to collide with Earth? No, that's not what I said. But anyway, like, going back to this whole fracking thing, you know, they banned people years ago saying that fracking doesn't cause earthquakes. But I mean, how stupid do you have to be to believe that drilling into the ground, disrupting the tectonic plates under the ground, and causing them to rub against each other doesn't cause an earthquake? Come on.
But it is, you know, when you think back of all of the times that, you know, just about everything that you read online about fracking turned out to be true. In the same way that everybody that was speaking out about tobacco was telling the truth, everybody that was speaking out about Monsanto was telling the truth, right? And they were all marked by the government, right? By the news agencies, by all of these people as being liars, as being fake news, right? It's all of that. And you have to understand those are the people that they're targeting.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous.
So no, I can't think of anybody I would trust less with that power than the Biden administration.
Well, I mean, the Trump administration, that would have been bad too, but it's not about left or right. It's about having that power. And, you know, it might not be this administration, it might not be the next, but installing that reality Caesar, like, that's not going to go away. That's going to be a position that goes from administration to administration. And how is that no different than what China's doing, what Russia's doing, and what the North Korea's doing? Come on. Like,
well, and I mean that I feel that's debatable. I think I've said this from the beginning, right? Trump is a horrible human being, right? But to say, oh well, it's better under Trump. Look, when Trump came out and gave a speech, right? You had 1 million people. Didn't matter what he said, that would immediately come out and have your back. They would immediately, right, speak the truth, right? To, you know, go through. You'd have in-depth coverage of every single word that he had and whether it was a lie or not. Every single one. Millions of fact checkers on every word that he says. Biden comes out and will lie to your face, and you are hard up to find support.
Yeah, and that's just because these authoritarians, they're on both sides, right? These authoritarians, they're in both political parties. You have this authoritarian movement, and you have these people, which is a minority, I think, who want like more liberty. I mean, with the Republicans, you have them too. You can talk about Trump's political party, but you also have like a libertarian movement inside it, or like people like Ron Paul, right? Who are on the Republican side in that sense, but they're a minority who actually think like the original Republican way, like a smaller government, more personal freedom in that sense. They're more like business oriented, that they think money can buy anything, but they have a very different approach on things. But these authoritarian movements, like you had in the left, you had Berkeley free speech movement originally, but now you have these authoritarians in the left who say like remove all free speech because it's all hate speech. So yeah.
Well, what Terrence is saying, like, let me just try to like paraphrase it, is essentially Biden is the sheep in wolf's clothing, and he's going to be able to do a whole bunch more than what Trump could do, because there's not going to be as much pushback against Biden as there was against Trump, where Trump is always constantly in the spotlight he couldn't do many things for the elite class, or implement Orwellian things like this proposed reality Caesar.
Look at just over since he's been elected. We are only in this 2 weeks, right? He already has started to build up back in Syria, right? Another bunch of troops have now entered Syria. He's killed a family of 4, 2 children in Syria with U.S.-backed airstrikes. Has started bombing Somalia again, right, with drone strikes. And that's only 2 weeks. Have you heard a word about the family of 4 that was killed in Syria by U.S.-backed airstrikes? Not a word. Can you imagine if Trump had killed a family of 4 in airstrikes?
Yeah, it would have been all over every single media.
You would have had high-def video of the tears coming out of his brothers and sisters' eyes. But Biden can do it, and nobody even mentions it. He'll come out the next day and tell you how much he loves the fucking peace. Right? Came out and gave speeches, entire 3 days of the climate bullshit. And I've hired John Kerry, and we're going to go to change. And then turned around and signed 31 oil pipeline contracts. 31!
But what did he do? He walked back the Keystone Pipeline contract that Trump had a vested interest in.
That's the point, though. He didn't stop the Keystone Pipeline. He stopped the fast track for it. Who gives a shit? We're past start, but square one. They've been building this whole time. You see the pictures of them stopping building the pipelines? Same way they stopped building the wall? No, they're still building it. You hear what I'm saying? The things that he's getting away with and doing, and it's only the first week. California Mayor Newsom, right, came out giving all those walking around the wildfires like he gave a fuck as he was signing more fracking contracts than has ever been signed in the history of California. These people are real deal evil.
Yeah.
But no matter what, when Trump, doesn't matter what he said, right? He came out, just for an example, right? He came out every day, one way or the other, and talked to the press, took questions, and those fuckers hated him, right? They're looking for anything to take the dude down with. I can't stand the man. That's not the point. The people that were there, right, were there to do everything they could to destroy him in one way or another. Fair enough. I fucking hate the guy too, right? But contrast that with Biden. Biden has not talked to the press not one single time since he's been president. Has not taken a single question from the press. Not one.
No, I'm pretty sure he did have a press thing.
He has press. He has press conferences. He doesn't take questions from press. That's a huge difference. He comes out and says what he's going to say, signs the paper, and then he walks off, and the journalist says, "Oh, Mr. Biden, Mr. Biden, Mr. Biden," and then they're ushered out the room. Now, again, you got to look at the contrast. Trump didn't like that one. I think he was a CNN reporter. Right, David Costa, was it?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Revoked
Alex Acosta.
Yeah, Alex Acosta. Whatever. Had revoked his press pass for the White House. This was an outrage, right? An attack on all journalism. But yet Biden kicks all of the journalists out of his press conference every day. And that's all groovy.
Yeah, weird, right? Yeah. When you think about it, it's like you see, like the media just obviously picks a side, and they're just staying silent about him.
His press secretary has given a press conference every single day. Not a single journalist, not one single journalist has asked about the $2,000
Correction, it's Jim Acosta. Alex Acosta was the guy who gave Epstein his deal, his sweetheart.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's a huge difference. But look, man, it's still an asshole in a suit. I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, it's the difference between outrage that a single journalist was kicked out, which I think is fine. You should be outraged about it. But then not having any outrage when all of the journalists are kicked out. And again, the questions that they do ask, not a single journalist. There's one word, one thing that's been on every single American's mind, and that's the $2,000 stimulus. Right? Not a single journalist has asked them about it. Not one. You wouldn't even think that that's possible. Not even the ones that hate him, right? There's Fox News guys in there that didn't ask him. It's like our battle has gotten 1,000 times harder because people are so much more accepting of him, and for a reason I don't know, guys. I don't understand it. Like, you've got a history of being a complete nightmare, right? Followed by an election that was a complete fucking nightmare, and then in office you continued to be a complete nightmare, and people are just like, oh, it's so good. Woo! The Democrats won. Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, like you said, he can get away with way more than Trump ever could. And that's scary. To be honest, that's really scary. Because this is continuing the agenda of those in the military-industrial complex, Wall Street. All of those people. Yeah.
All those people that made Biden the man he is, right? They got him to the place he is now. He's here because he undyingly supports war. The man has literally never voted against a war. Not one. And you can't think of a single U.S. war that you could say, looking at it, that everyone wasn't telling you, this is fucked up, man. Right? No matter how many children die in Yemen to U.S. bombings, Biden will still send more fucking weapons to Saudi Arabia, knowing that they're going to be used to kill people in Syria, hoping that they make their way out.
He halted the weapons deal for Saudi Arabia to, look at it, right?
Every president that has taken over, and I think the last 6 presidencies, has stopped weapons sales for review. And in that same letter, they assured the Saudi Arabian government that most of these weapons contracts go through. They wrote that down.
Yeah, that's also just for show to say we stop it because we're such cruel people, right? No, it's an ally of the US in the region, and they're not going to stop anything.
Yeah, we promised them a bunch of F-35s. Yeah, no problem, guys. Hey, you're not going to use these to keep bombing Yemen, are you? All right.
Say that Saudi Arabia is ran by probably the richest family in the world, on paper. I mean, these people have ultimate rule there. They can do anything they want. And
shit, you can hire a hit on a journalist in another country, and other people will lovingly go to prison for it. How fucked up is that?
Yeah.
Right, they killed Khashoggi in another country. You can just assassinate people and give a fuck.
Yeah, I also think where's the real loyalty? And at least with Trump, you knew what to expect. He said stupid stuff all the time, but you knew exactly what he was saying. And second, he was already a billionaire, and that makes it, for me, I think that he was harder to bribe in that sense. But
I think Syria was a really great example of the differences between the two, right? We just moved a whole shitload of troops back into Syria to help with security and all, the made-up lie that they spin. With our build-up in Iraq now and everything, same fucking bullshit terrorism, blah, 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 crap that we know is a scam. When Trump went into Syria, do you know what he said? I'm going to protect fucking oil fields. That's why we're here. That's why we went to Iraq. That's why we did all this shit. It wasn't to help the Iraqi people. It wasn't to fucking bring freedom or democracy or make anybody's life better. We were there for your fucking oil, right?
Yeah, he just said it.
Absolutely disgusting that someone was in charge. But the man came out and told you that.
Yeah, he really did. He did actually say that in press conference during his presidency. He really did say that. And I was wow, that's so blatant and in your face.
It's the absolute fucking truth, right? And we're already back at the whole security, the terrorism bullshit, right? We're already back there, right? We're already doing it. We're already doing the build-up. We're already murdering civilians for the fucking game, right? But we're only there for your oil, right? That's the only reason we're there. And as despicable as it is, right? He came out and said it. We're moving my troops to protect the oil because that's what we fucking came here to do, is to steal your oil. What are you, fucking stupid? Right? It's such a blatant and obvious lie, and we're right back to selling it, even though everyone knows it's a lie. I think that's what makes it worse for me.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying, okay, so you're dealing with, if you're dealing with Saudi Arabia, what I was saying, the richest family in the world, And Trump was already a billionaire, but a guy like Biden, who has his son was already involved with shady deals in Ukraine and stuff. How easy would it be for such a family to bribe Biden and his family in that sense? Wouldn't suggest anything, but if you give him $1 billion, and they have thousands of billions, these people, right?
I don't even think it would take that much. Like, these people will sell us out for the bottom fucking dollar. When you, like, go back and look at it, you know what I mean? You're always shocked. You're like, you really only sold us out for $1 trillion? You don't think that we were worth more than that? You're trying to lowball me here? Right? Biden's one of those people, you could buy him off with 10 million. Easy.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, imagine like if someone offers you that, right? You get like, what is it, like 500k as a president a year? 400k? And someone offers you $1 billion or 10 million, right?
Yeah, you know, I can't. That would be wrong, right? If I offered you $1 billion, but I'll hook your son up with a nice $100 million a year house, job. That's fine, right? That's legal.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was already involved with those shady deals when he was a vice president under Obama, right? Biden.
Right.
Oh, all sorts of shady shit. Like, he's the worst, man. Like, dude, fucking like sexually assaulted Tara Reid. Like, obviously, and it's just like, okay, it's just okay. Like, all the shit that we gave Trump for being a fucking sexual predator, and he assaulted this woman just walking through the hallway, stuck his fucking fingers inside her, and then destroyed her life because of it. Like, it's not even enough that she turned you down or you thought she gave you a signal that wasn't there or some shit like that. Then he proceeded to make sure she couldn't get a job, right? Fucking make sure she got drummed out of fucking politics. Like, even in that, you were a complete sack of shit.
Yeah.
Not a fan, y'all. Not a fan.
No, it's just like you're choosing between like two evils again, right? Like, it's the only choice you have. Two huge evils. And the one is upfront about it, and the other one is just lying about it.
Yeah. I really do think, and I know I've like put it in here, we're about to learn the difference between a fascist dictator and a straight-up fascist. And as terrible as it sounds, there are benefits to a fascist dictator. Every once in a while, a fascist dictator will do something positive because he feels it'll make himself look good. Not because he's a good person, not because he loves anybody, right? He'll do it because he wants the people to see him as a good guy. Fascist dictators always do that, right? A corporate dictator, a straight-up dictator, he don't give a fuck about nothing, right? And that is truly dangerous. That's where you will see the real evils of the world.
Yeah.
Right, you notice those walls around the fucking Capitol building ain't getting smaller, right? The troops in the Capitol building have went up since the election. There are more soldiers in D.C. than there were on the inauguration day.
Yeah, it's lined up, man. I posted a video that somebody had sent me where they said that there's a whole bunch of soldiers in front of the Supreme Court building, and
control has to be absolute, right? You have to scare people enough. There has to be enough to scare people into not doing anything.
Right, because a reinforced door isn't enough. Right? 2 soldiers in a reinforced door can't control entrance and exit out of the Capitol.
And again, the real solution would be exactly like you said: do something nice for people, right?
You know what would keep a lot of Trumpsters from being all pissed off? $2,000.
Yeah, do something for them. They're obviously pissed off about something. Something isn't right in their lives. They're being fucked over in some way. Maybe look at that part. If you fix it for them, they'll be happy voters.
No. I'm gonna park a tank outside your door, and if anybody says anything about it, I'm arresting this entire fucking block.
Yeah. It can't be that hard. You can actually look at what is making these people feel so miserable about their lives. Maybe something legitimate is behind that too, that they feel miserable. It can't be just about the president, about one guy. It is also there is something bad going on in society, and these people want solutions, and they thought that Trump guy had a solution. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean they bought into bullshit like everybody else.
Yeah.
When it came to Trump, he was just about to help you guys. right? And do it in the first 4 years. I only managed to help the rich, but I was just about to get to helping you guys, right? Which is what every U.S. leader says.
Yeah, he was the fake solution to the problems, but the problems are still there. And if you help fix it, or at least give people the idea that you're fixing it and you're doing something for them, then maybe they won't. You don't have to be afraid they will raid your capital or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that probably healthcare and the $2,000 stimulus checks would do a lot to keep people, right? Like, getting elected and then immediately fucking them probably wasn't the wisest choice, but I guess that's what we're going with.
Yeah, we can also remove the oil price, like the gasoline price, to almost nothing. I mean, you captured all the oil in the world anyway, so I know what the price is. In Venezuela, they asked 3.5 cents for a liter. That's about 20 cents for a gallon of gasoline. So that was the price in Venezuela for oil. So.
Yeah, I mean, the problems that are happening around us right now didn't start with Trump. They're not going to end with Trump if we don't change any of the problems that got us here. Like, people don't understand the Biden ideals, the Obama-Biden administration was who gave us Trump in the first place. Right? They hated you so much by the time your election, your 8 years was done. They voted in a TV reality star. Who knows what nightmare we'll get next?
Yeah.
The guy that walks out and out, the guy that they're running against. My thing is that I don't feel that there is a Democrat and Republican Party. We've got the Trump Party. The Republican Party died when Trump took office, right? We've got the Trump Party, and we've got the Republican Light Party, the neoliberals, and that's it. There isn't a progressive party. There isn't another party. All the next politician has to do come out is promise people some health care and probably legalize marijuana, and it wouldn't even matter if they were right or left. They're going to destroy you. It's a nightmare, and it seems like it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Well, it is an opportunity to start like a party for the people, but yeah, probably your front man will be taken out long before that's happened.
Yeah, and they don't have any. They just never get it together, right? The Green Party, the People's Party, there's the Poor People Party, there's all of these different parties. They're all saying the exact same fucking thing. They're all fighting each other to get on CNN. They're all playing the same game. They're all raising money for another fucking luxury tour bus, right? If you're the Green Party, you've got multi-millionaires in your thing, why don't you pick out a town and fix fucking veterans' homelessness? Be the party that actually accomplished something. Right, but they get in and they try to play the games that the Democrats and Republicans set up for them, and they lose every time. If you're going to spend 12 hours to try to get on CNN, you've already lost. None of your power comes from CNN. None of your power comes from fucking debating people that don't give a shit about what you say. Why are you playing their game? But yet, you can look at them and see they don't have winning in mind, or they don't have the stones to do it. I don't know what their malfunction is, but all the pieces are there. You just don't want to put any of them together.
No.
Like the Green Party got less votes than Kanye West. You're doing something wrong.
That's a great one, man. I didn't even think of that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, well, and the Green Party isn't doing so bad in other areas at all. Like in, if you argue that it's the same party then, but the Green, like in Germany, for example, they're growing, and in Western Europe there are Green parties, and they aren't that tiny. So, if they're the same people, I'm not sure, but
they are technically. There's a relatively strong Green Party in Canada as well, but none of them are the for-profit election systems that we have, right? When you look compared to the amount of parties in the parliament, or the amount of parties in the New Zealand or Australian parliament, there's 1,000 different parties in there. We got 2.
Yeah, no, I mean here too. Because I think there's like 35 now. I think there are 17 competing for these elections in March. But the rest are also competing, but for like local elections and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think the Green Party won a single election, local or national. And again, Kanye West got more votes than you guys did. You guys have been doing this for 40 years, and Kanye West got more votes than you.
See, but that's also a stupid strategy. If you was like the Green Party, then and you need to at least win one city, then you put all your focus on that one city, and then the people of that city see that it's actually governed well for a period, and you can get a lot of support, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean, there's plenty of ways that you can do it. If you got a budget that says you can buy $100 million luxury fucking tour bus, right? Why have you not opened up food kitchens across the U.S.? Why is there not a Green Party food kitchen that people can go to and get food? You don't have the money? You don't know it's a problem.
yeah. So, okay, so this example that happened actually with the Pirate Party in my own country, they won nothing, but they did win like an area in Amsterdam, like it was Amsterdam South or something. They won, and they got like a seat in. Okay, so they were able to do anything they want in that area, right? So what they did was, they started a direct democracy system, and all the issues people were directly able to vote on with their phones, right? And they were so happy about that now in like 50 different districts in my country, they all copied the same system, and these people never even won anything.
I'm liking the sound of this pirate party.
Yeah, they started direct democracy thing with their phones. What is it called? E-democracy. It's also used in Iceland.
They have some good ideas, and then they also have some bad ideas. I mean, just like any other political freaking party. I mean, like, you're never going to make a political party where everybody agrees on everything. I mean, maybe we just make a political party where it's just strictly internet-related legislation and just start pushing it. You know, like, let's start one place and fix something, and then move on.
Well, I mean, some of it also depends on what we're asking to vote on. You know, we do say, look, we're not going to agree about everything. Yeah, fair enough, right? Do you agree we should not be in wars for profit? Can you find somebody that thinks that wars for profit are a good idea? Right? You know what I mean? Can we agree that in the richest country in the world we shouldn't have homelessness? Is there someone that is pro-homelessness that I am not aware of? Right? So when you pick out things, you know what I mean, that people could, you know, the death penalty, this and that shit, man, 85% of Americans believe that marijuana should be legalized. Right? Like, where, you know, the things that we're choosing to argue about, right, are not the things that our politicians are arguing about. Nobody on our side is arguing that the fucking rich need more money. None of us. Right? But our governments are going to bat, right? They're fighting 24/7 to make sure the rich man gets his.
Speaking of which, you know, Amazon's Jeff Bezos says he's stepping down, and a lot of people are missing this.
I know. It's been a good day.
There's a big scandal that happened with Amazon that, you know, not a lot of people are paying attention to. Are
you talking about the union thing, or are you talking about which they've got a kind of issues, and I know there's a lot of pressure right now.
Amazon underpaid their gig workers, and they've been fined $61.7 million for stealing their tips.
Ouch.
According to the FTC. So that's big. Like, that's huge.
It's
that,
like,
to me, is the reason why he stepped down, to be honest.
I know there's a bill circulating, and I haven't been able to get a copy of it, that is to break up the some of these, tech giants. And I know that is definitely something that's I think is coming here in the future. And that may also been a reason why he thought it was better to get out while you're the richest man on the planet, or second richest man.
Well, the FTC sanctioned Amazon for stealing delivery driver tips and, padding its own bottom line. And apparently the scheme went on for years. And Amazon baited drivers with earning promises, but then siphoned their tips and slashed wages, pocketing over $60 million in the process.
What a sack of shit. You have to be a real sack of shit to steal somebody's tips, right? Like Bezos, I swear to God, Bezos is our universe's Lex Luthor.
Yeah, can you imagine that? A guy who's that rich and he still steals your tips?
Yeah, what if he's like the cartoon where that rich guy bounces his quarter out of fucking cup, so it bounces all the money out and steals it. He puts a quarter and takes out $1.
I don't think Bezos would be involved in that. I mean, the guy's rich as fuck. Why would he be involved in that? You know,
Because he's rich as fuck. That's how they get to be that rich, being bastards.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, but I don't think that Bezos would be involved in that. It would be lower management than him. You know what I mean? Like, so essentially, people under Bezos, whoever the fuck it is, were doing this under his nose, I guess. And I think that's why he quit. To be honest, he doesn't want the blowback of this scandal. I mean, it's huge.
I'm relatively good with money, and granted, it's not those huge amounts that he's talking about. But I notice if there's an extra $65 in my account. They did all of that fucking accounting, had all of those accountants, came up with an extra $65 million at the end of the fucking month, and we're all like, it's all good. Like,
Yeah.
that would raise so many bells. You made an extra $65 million and nobody noticed. None of your accountants noticed. Nobody noticed the electronic record from that.
Interesting. Here's another one for Amazon. I think this is real interesting. Amazon opens outdoorsy headquarters. Not sure.
I shit you not, man. We're gonna be programming in the fucking fields by the time he's done with us. No, it's a more look, man. You're working me 65 hours a fucking a fucking week for low pay in the middle of the field. I've seen this shit before. There's just a computer in front of me now.
Apparently, they made an Amazon building where it has a dog run and parking for around 950 bicycles.
Y'all have too much money. Y'all have too much money. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, in a time when people have already decided, hey, it is way better to just work from home. Like, there was no reason for me to come into the building to log onto my computer. This dude's building a fucking outdoor rec park for your dog.
Bring your dog to work day.
Jesus fucking Christ, man! Can we just get a homeless shelter? How rich you gotta be to build a homeless shelter? Like, what's the number that you gotta get to before you do that, Jeff? Like, before the city gets a dog run for my dogs, you think we could maybe get a homeless shelter? It can be innovative.
Innovative homeless shelter.
Right, that's the word you gotta use. Innovative, solar powered, right? Green. I don't give a fuck, man, but, like, honestly, how much did that building cost with the amount of problems we got right now? And you still screwing me over for $65 million. Do the drivers get to walk their dogs at the fucking spot? Pay them back for some of that $65 mil? Maybe give them some free parking or something?
I mean, yeah. It's so ridiculous, man. Like, it really is. 350-foot structure dubbed the Helix, with 2 spiraling outdoor walkways, an amphitheater, a dog run, and parking for around 950 bicycles. Why?
That's it. Okay. Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, you're just like, whatever, man. Yeah, build the Helix, did you say it was? Sounds awesome. So, still nothing on those homeless kids in your city, huh? That's what paying no taxes get you. Who am I kidding? He probably bought that with some fucking, built that with some, like, loan from the government, no interest. To test out new building technologies. Did you guys, talk about any of the GameStop and all of the kind of stuff that's going on with the market at the moment at all?
We talked about that a few days ago. I mean, we can get into it, sure. I mean, I think it's very interesting They basically exposed the stock market as a complete fraud, and I'm just letting the listeners know is that 90% of derivatives is just the paper IOUs. Or I'm sorry, 90% of the wealth is paper IOUs. It's derivatives. So this whole system's going to come crashing down.
Which it tends to do every once in a while. I mean, that's part of it as well.
No, but I mean for real this time. Like this is big.
Well, I mean, crypto's in place. There was a time when seashells were hot, and we moved on to coins, and then we moved on to paper money, and each one of those steps was a huge jump in human development. I'm not sure if maybe the change to crypto is what we're feeling right now, or the run up to it. We're just, I mean, it's great that you've got seashells, but we're just not doing seashells anymore, right? Building our system on debt may not work.
That's the thing, though. I mean, the entire world's economies are built on debt, and like I said, it's 90% of the wealth is actually derivatives, which means essentially that 90% of the wealth doesn't actually exist. It only exists in paper IOUs.
I'm shockingly okay with that. Like, yeah, I'm sorry they're gonna get fucked, but bummer.
I mean, it's gonna fuck everyone. It's not gonna just be them, but yeah, I mean, what these guys are doing, pumping stocks, and shorting, or not shorting, pumping stocks and liquidating the billionaires is hilarious. I agree, but ultimately, I mean, it's going to cause instability that it hasn't shown itself yet, but it will, because of these billionaires being scared about trading in the markets, as they were basically fully in control, manipulating the markets before these guys just come in with as a wild card, so to speak, and start pumping stocks and liquidating the guys who are manipulating the markets with shorts. Like, they tried to kill GameStop. That's literally what they tried to do. I mean, they were over-leveraged shorting GameStop, and they've done it to other companies over and over again, and it's high time that they got punished for it. I agree. But, yeah, this is going to cause instability throughout the markets for sure. So, yeah, just make sure that you get into crypto, and because the stock markets are not going to be a good place to have money.
I mean, there'll definitely be some real winners and some real losers. I don't think that setting up our monetary system based on debt is what I was saying is a bad deal. Some stock markets, trading, places having value, you buying bread is what's important. Billionaires being rich is not really something we need in the system, right? Wealth may be made. People are gonna trade cryptos, make money. There's going to be money to be made, but our system being ran on this infinite amount of debt, I think, is a bad deal, because then we're just treated as a source of acquiring debt. They don't look at you as a person. They don't make decisions as people, right? They don't even make decisions for the company to do better, right? They just make decisions to make more money off of debt. And from the dollar, onward, like how we make the dollar is a system that seems to be set up to screw over the little guy. And I'm not sure how long that's going to go on for.
Yeah, I don't know how threatened they really are either, because we already have these big funds shorting. Like, think about people like George Soros, right? They already attack the market, entire countries sometimes with their speculation. So maybe it is something real that you have like a a huge movement from the people on the market now, but I'm not sure how they consider it. Maybe they consider it just another big fund being active on the market. They have to take into account. So I don't know, because I don't think they have like 500 billion to invest. These Reddit people, for example, I don't think they have 500 billion to invest. What you can do is shock the market so others jump in with you. I guess you can do that. And create like a huge stir on social media and all these things, and all the media writing about it.
That's what they've been doing. I mean, they've used Twitter, they used Reddit, they used Discord. You know, that's what they've been doing, and you know, they tried to do that to XRP and what was the other one? Dogecoin as well, and you know, Doge did not go well. XRP didn't go well either. I mean, people started dumping it. What, yesterday, Monday, right?
Monday, it was all dumped.
Monday, and I haven't looked at the numbers yet for any of it. I know Elon's real into Dogecoin. He had made some statements about it being the currency on Mars and some other crap.
No, he's trolling. He's trolling about Dogecoin. He's constantly trolling about Dogecoin. I mean,
was it Mark Cuban as well that was into it? I'm trying to remember who else was the other rich guy that was playing with it. Was it Mark Cuban?
I'm not sure. I know that Mark Cuban has said that Bitcoin's going to go up and then go vastly down. And it's like, well, that's the cycle that it always does anyway. But
yeah,
I mean, like we're seeing Bitcoin above 36,000 right now. It actually looks like it's about to get ready to go on a run up to 50K, maybe 60K, and then, you know, we'll get a pullback, and then it'll try to go higher again. For more than likely, it's going to go to 75 and 100K. It's going to be the point. I think honestly, looking at the way the market's moving, I think Bitcoin's going to top out at like maybe 125K. But I mean, things can go like into hyperdrive mode if a whole bunch of these companies start buying Bitcoin. Oh boy, man, this price will run like you've never seen. It'll go probably up to like 250K, 500K within a short period of time. Like, it'll be crazy. It'll be one of the the most incredible moves that has happened to any market. I'll say that. Because the Bitcoin market's small. Like, people don't realize that, but the Bitcoin market compared to the stock market is small. The market cap for Bitcoin is only $678 billion. You know, the stocks and gold, they're trillions. And
the fiat market is even bigger, the forex market. I happened to read about that like earlier today, and they say like that's even larger than the stock market. But like you're saying, the stock market is huge. Yeah.
Well, I think he's counting commodities as well in all of that.
Yeah, I'm counting stocks, commodities, and forex as well. I mean, those are all way bigger markets than the cryptocurrency market. The cryptocurrency market in whole, I think it's like over $1 trillion just now.
Yeah, and the forex exchange is a daily trading volume of 6.6 trillion. That's the forex.
Yeah, see, that's a daily exchange. That's 6.6 trillion.
Yeah.
The market cap for all of cryptocurrency is only 1,110,558,227,240. So, you know, like, that's a big way to go. And Bitcoin, I mean, Bitcoin is only 678 billion. So, I mean, in order for Bitcoin to reach the levels of gold, you know, it has to go up to the trillions. It has to go up to, I think, what is gold market cap right now? It's like then. Fuck if I know. I think
I'd have to look it up because it's kind of
trillion.
it's went up a lot with between the COVID and some other runs that have happened. Like
It
gold's
says
been not
it says 10 trillion on January 13.
Okay, yeah. So like in order for Bitcoin to go to those levels, it has to do a 10x. And like there's
just so little amount of gold in the world. Like, yeah, it's always going to have that.
Well, no, I mean the thing is, like, gold is not you can constantly find gold by mining, right? But with Bitcoin, you know how much is going to come out each cycle after the halving, and you also know that there's this amount circulating in supply, and you know that there's only going to be a total of 21 million. So I mean, like the best bet is Bitcoin. Obviously, I mean.
For the people that don't know, you did tell them describe what the halving is so that they understand the worth of their how the worth of the Bitcoin changes when that goes down.
All right, so every 4 years or so, it's can go for every 3.5, but it depends on the how fast the blocks are being minted. But basically, the miners every 4 years get their rewards cut in half, and we went from very recently 12.5 BTC to 6.25 BTC, and the next halving is the math. $3.125 BTC will be the next halving. In 23 or 4. So I mean, it's very interesting how the supply and demand of Bitcoin works. I mean, because right now the full mining supply is actually being bought up by PayPal and by all these big institutional investors that are now coming in. They're coming in, and they're realizing, oh, holy shit, okay, this is how this works. This is why people have been buying Bitcoin. This is why people have been putting money into Bitcoin, because of the way this whole system works for scarcity. And, every 4 years it gets cut in half for the rewards for the miners, and that's how much Bitcoin is going to be coming out from the miners. And right now, I think it's like 60 Bitcoin a day is the amount of Bitcoin that these miners are mining each day. I believe it's 60, and in 4 years, that's going to be 30 BTC a day, and then it's going to cut down even more at the next halving. So just constantly, it's going to keep going down in the amount of Bitcoin that these miners get. And the fact is that these miners have to pay for electricity to mine Bitcoin. So these miners weigh Bitcoin on a price level high for them to pay for their electricity. So, they are determining, or they're not fully determining, but they are a factor in determining the actual price of Bitcoin.
Oh, it's gonna be a wild ride. I mean, because there is, like you said, because there is so much volatility in the market, and just there's so much other stuff going on that seem to affect things. People are looking for just stability, right? A stable market that isn't influenced by, market manipulators and hedge funds and political and this and that and the other and all of this stuff. Just a place where you can put your money so you have a retirement.
Right. Yeah, and Bitcoin is, and crypto in general, various different cryptocurrencies are now shooting up in value again. It's the same cycle going over again of all this exuberance coming into the cryptocurrency market. Now, there's going to be a time where people are going to want to sell um, during this year. I think, unless the cycle extends to another year, which would be weird, not out of the realm of possibility with everything going on with all the institutional investors getting involved, because they're holding for the long term. They're buying thousands and thousands of BTC, holding for the long term, putting them in like cold storage, this and that, So, they're at least holding for 5 years. So it could extend the cycle. I don't know. It'll be very interesting to see. But eventually, this cycle is going to end, and there is going to be some people who get wrecked from this, and they're going to lose a lot of money. But there's also going to be a flip side of that where people make a lot of money as well. I mean, it's just how markets work. It's just some people lose, some people win, and it's just about like setting yourself up to win in the market.
Yeah. So, and that mining part, you say it costs them a lot of electricity. Isn't that also like a reason that they're like moving in? That these people are like reducing their energy costs with like clean energy and things? Or?
Yeah, a lot of the mining farms are actually moving towards green energy, and that's also an initiative by Square, the company owned by Jack. That's a big initiative for them to move Bitcoin mining, a lot of this Bitcoin mining, into green-based energy. So kudos to Jack for that. Great. Get your social media admins to stop censoring us.
Yeah.
If you could, he does listen to the show every once in a while, and I think he used to follow the main page. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Yeah.
You can censor everybody else. Don't censor us.
Yeah. We're just going to focus on your competitors. Just saying.
Oh, I won't make it. Well, I won't make you that promise now. We'll focus on everybody. But if you're a good company, we'll say good shit about you. It's that easy.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, like, when Twitter first started, it was seen as a beacon of hope for social media, and then things went downhill very, very fast.
I liked it. I mean, at first, you could go trending like globally, right, on hashtags, which is unique in social media.
I like being able to confront my opponents directly, which was something that you could never do before in other social media networks. So, even if the person knew you, when you confronted them about something, you were just a comment in Facebook comments, nobody cared. On Twitter, it's a completely different game. You can confront the people that are talking shit like directly as soon as they say something, and it's a huge power that I think has been put into the people's hands. And nobody can post on your wall, and if it's the real deal, you either got to answer them or retweet it.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can do. On Facebook, you just remove the reply, right? And that's what happens. It gets removed. But on Twitter, yeah, you actually have to answer, or yeah. And you can even hijack like the top comments, right? Just spam just comment and then spam the comment in your group chats. And confront the celebrity or politician.
Yeah, it's great. I really do like that part of it, but on the same note, if you're just going to remove everybody that's speaking out, that's speaking truth, that's speaking about what's going on in Cameroon, they took away a lot of those guys' pages for inciting violence against the government. What the fuck is that?
People are being murdered, literally. There's a genocide going on.
Yeah, and I think some of that is that they go out and they hire these, to do their censorship. They go out and they hire politicians or some fucking lawyer, in some cases like racists, right? And there isn't anybody that's ever been part of the struggle that's in these, censorship. So you could look at something and tell the difference between a riot and a revolution, right? Between people speaking out, fighting like blatant police brutality, government brutality, rapes, murders. You know what I mean? They set a guy on fire in front of his fucking mom and watched him burn the other day. Right? Like some real sick stuff, and yet you won't let people speak out about that because they're saying they need to overthrow their government. They need to overthrow their government.
Yeah, they need to overthrow the government. It's the only option. I've seen what they're doing to these people. Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah, so I mean, there's nobody that was in the centers that can tell the difference between a riot and a revolution. They can tell the difference between a riot and people speaking out against a obviously corrupt and violently corrupt government. That just seems like, a robot could make a better decision than that.
No, it can't. The AI is part of the main problem, especially with YouTube. The AI cannot tell the difference of anything.
But I don't, honestly, all of us on this show program, right? I don't believe that. Your AI doesn't do anything that you don't tell it to do, right? That you told it to look for activists. You told it to look for you've told it what to look for.
Yeah,
I would argue it's working exactly the way that it's supposed to. Right? If you want to post pictures of hardcore fucking pornography on these sites, it never gets picked up. If you expose Soros for undermining the English economy and causing millions of people to go into poverty, right? That's censored. And they like to tell you, oh, it just came up in the algorithm. When you want to use the white hats, right, to continue genocide in a country, that never gets censored. But if somebody's, videoing a airstrike on a civilian hospital, for some reason, that seems to get censored.
Yeah, it's a disgusting story. You're right. And what you're saying, like the hardcore sex stuff doesn't get censored. I mean, the pedophilia doesn't get censored. Nothing gets censored of that. We had that pedo hunter on our show, like a week ago. Said like it's only getting worse.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
it
so
only gets worse. Go ahead.
I would argue the algorithms and the AIs are working exactly the way that they're supposed to. Exactly how they're programmed to work.
Yeah. If it's so easy to remove all the QAnons from Twitter, I don't have a huge problem with removing the QAnon specifically, but I have a problem with censorship in general. But then you can also remove the illegal pornography and violence and stuff if you want. You must be able to.
Yeah, and I'm ambivalent would be too strong of a word, but I'm not sure how much interest I have in the QAnon removal from the internet. No. So when it came to violent actions or posts or whatever, those already needed to be taken down. Right? Whether they're QAnon or not. Anybody that posts violent fucking content against people has to be taken down. Right? Anybody that's screaming the N-bomb at every fucking comment that they come into is getting taken down. That's fine. Right? What I have a problem with is that you took down a bunch of things that you could have just as easily put a black box over and said that this was that this was wrong, or this was not real information, give your references and all of that shit. But I don't see the things that they're taking down as being real. A lot of the shit that the QAnons are talking about with pedophile rings is completely and utterly wrong. They have no idea what they're talking about. But unfortunately, one of the things that they're talking about is real. I don't know which ones that is, right? But one of the conspiracy theories they're talking about is 100% real.
Well, yeah, you said about QAnon too. It's like it was spreading misinformation and information all in one go. And, when they had the QAnon running on 4chan, it was a much different feel to it, whoever was running it. When it went to 8chan, it went like full-on disinformation. And that's how we now know, or that's who we now know, I mean, was running it was Jim Watkins and his son.
Yeah, but that's what the mainstream media does too. I mean, if you look at like CNN for your local car crash, they will report the truth. But you shouldn't look at them for political opinion. For political
100%. 100%. Ask them about the weather, right? That they could tell you. But beyond that, some celebrity news. Beyond that, I always look at the Pizzagate thing because it's something QAnon's always into. And the pizza parlor, the pizza, all of that shit was completely and utterly fucking bogus. Now, are there high-ranking, extremely powerful, extremely elite, extremely rich, extremely well-connected people that run pedophile rings? 100%. That's not even there's not even a debate about that.
There's a very weird post. That's all I got to say. It's a very weird post where the guy uses an actual pedophile term. It's called, and he says #chicken lovers. Now, if you look up what chicken lovers is, it's basically a man that likes little boys. And this tagged post is a legitimate post that was on his Instagram feed. I saw it. I saw it when it was live. Before he took it down, I saw the post myself. It was not a faked photo. And it's very interesting that he's holding this kid, and it uses the hashtag chicken lovers. Nowhere in that photo is there a picture of a chicken pizza or anything in that photo, right? It's just him holding a baby in his arms and saying #chicken lovers. It's creepy as fuck. I know the term chicken lovers. I've seen it when hunting pedophiles.
In what was same with Prince.
Let me just say one thing. I don't think they were running a ring at the parlor. I think that's bullshit. I will say that he owned a museum, and that museum is very suspect to being a potential trafficking or operation. And the reason why I'll say that is because years ago I was told by one of Ted's former investigators. He's a former NYPD investigator. He said that they use art exhibits and museums to traffic children because they don't check the cargo that comes in, because it has something to do with liability if something is damaged, right? So I don't fucking know. I have no idea. I just know that picture was creepy as fuck, and the fact that he used that tag was even worse. And there's some other things that are very questionable in it. And there should have been a real investigation done, not something just joked and said, "Oh, it's he's running a ring out of a pizza parlor." You know, like, it's absolutely ridiculous the way that it was actually handled. I mean, it really does go on, and it, like, there's an old film, Conspiracy of Silence, and there's another old film. It's called Boys for Sale. And it details how these elitist bastards sell children to each other, and they use all sorts of different types of things. They used to use libraries, they used to use orphanage homes, and they used to use Boy Scout rings and stuff like that. I mean, it goes on, people. That's the thing. And the fact is that it shouldn't be just ridiculed and written off. Even, I agree, some of the shit that came out is just ridiculous. But there is some information there that should get further scrutinized.
Well, I mean, my thing is that they'll use anything that you're wrong with in a conspiracy, you know, in exposing any of those stuff. Anything that you're wrong with, they'll completely destroy you. Right, and they'll use the smallest little detail. Now, QAnon was a fucking joke, right? So, I mean, they gave them all the ammo that they possibly needed to destroy them. But on the same note, out of the 100 things that they talk about, chances are one of the conspiracies is real. And that's with most of them. When you put 100 conspiracies together, one of them is real, and it's probably the one that sounds the craziest. You know, if I said that, if I, you know, we talk about this when the MK Ultra thing, right? If I told you that I was driving, that the government was driving around in a van, abducting people and filling them full of drugs and then dropping them off, you'd say that's fucking crazy, dude. But that is 100% true. What they were doing, what they're probably still doing.
I just posted the picture. Tell me that's not weird.
I saw that one before, by the way. I know it's real.
Yeah, I was able to view the Instagram before it was shut down, and I saw a lot of these photos myself.
Yeah, we were discussing that back then, you and me.
Creepy as fuck. It is creepy as fuck.
But that's what I'm saying. Like they used this is what the mainstream media will never fucking talk about. That picture right there is creepy as fuck. I got way more pictures that are creepy as fuck too, but I mean the picture with kids that are duct taped to a table. I mean, come on, like that's creepy as fuck.
Yeah, but those paintings too. Remember, like about like these hanging kids and stuff in like swimming pools.
Yeah.
A lot of weird stuff going on.
Well, I can't, man. Like it gets too weird too fucking quick. Like, and that's the deal. Like, when you look into it, like the things that people are going off of conspiracies are so fucking stupid. When the truth's right in front of you, like it's right there.
Yeah, I understand like the shocking art kind of concept that you are like. Okay, so you make art more shocking and shocking, right? So at some point you show like murdered people and stuff. But this seems like a specific fetish. Right.
Yeah, they had decapitated. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Like that was rude. But yeah, I just wanted to say like they had decapitated heads, man. Like it was fucking freaky. And the thing is, like this is supposed to be like a family-friendly restaurant, you know? Like, tell me the last time that you went to your local like Pizza Hut or fucking something like that.
But look at like popular culture. Okay, so there are extreme horror movies, right? There are extreme horror movies, and there are certain people who really love that kind of horror, and they only watch that kind of stuff. So in that sense, I understand that there also has to be an art sector for that, right? That focuses on just that, because those people who really love those kind of horror movies probably also love that kind of art. But when you're talking about child abuse and stuff, that must be a specific fetish for these people, and that is really disturbing. I get the horror part though. I mean, that is something because there are extreme horror movies, and there are people like movies like Saw, for example. People really love that stuff.
Well, yeah, and that's the deal. Like the art is fine. That's not what the issue is. It's that when it's a known pedophile that runs a known pedophile ring that's got art of fucking hanging children all over his fucking house, that seems weird.
Yeah. That's disgusting. Okay. Yeah, I've seen them.
This is what I'm saying. They spun this, okay? Oh, like I would love to have a mainstream journalist tell me that's okay, because guess what? That would be seen as child abuse in like several states. Like,
I think it's actually illegal to depict such things, even in art. Just saying. I mean, it should be illegal.
That's not even art, man. That's a literal picture of a kid.
No, I meant those paintings and stuff they found in that guy's house. Like, what was it? The guys that had to do with the Pizzagate stuff.
Oh yeah. John Podesta and Tony Podesta. Yeah, I know.
They had that sick art in their houses, right? Like
yeah. They Tony Podesta had artwork that kind of symbolizes the Black Delilah murders. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's creepy.
No, I don't know what it is, but otherwise you should still explain it if you can for listeners.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm not too versed on the Black Delilah murders, but basically, a guy murdered several women. And he would murder them, and he would murder them in different ways for art purposes. It's really bizarre when you actually look into it. The guy murdered several women, and one of the women that he murdered, I think it was her name was Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Short.
Yeah, Elizabeth Short. Yeah, and it was a very grotesque murder. It was a very disturbing murder that when the investigators looked into it, they were shocked themselves because of how brutal the murder was. And this guy was so sick in the head that he did these murders for art purposes. And some say he was also a Satanist.
Okay.
I don't know if you know any more information there, Terrence, since you...
No, I know it. I thought it was like a L.A. thing. Like they wanted it to be like a movie cults. You know what I'm saying? Like that was where the thing was going. I think it's one of those. They may never fucking know. But it would be weird to have that as your like artwork in your house. I mean, I guess whatever you're into, but like these things add up on you. Ever know that evil people got evil artwork?
Well, yeah. All right.
Yeah, like it's just. I mean, I guess it's your wall, man, but it's not something I'm gonna hang up for the kids to see, I guess.
Yeah, and then the artwork that they had in the restaurant was very strange. Very strange.
It's impossible to get like a clear view of everything because there's the misinformation out there, and then there's information that is put out there specifically to confuse you, specifically to give them, to keep you from actually finding out the truth. The pizza thing, the prince, the English guy, Epstein's buddy, right? Prince Andrew, he would always say when he was going with Epstein or going to these things, he would always say that he was going to he was taking his daughter to the pizza party to a pizza place, right? And he said this over in all of his fucking interviews and all about this pizza place that just doesn't exist, right? But in those times, it's the times that he was caught being places that he shouldn't have been.
Right, yeah, and also CP, cheese pizza, is a well-known term the pedophiles use online.
Guys, I'm not having any of this, right? We went to both chicken and pizza. You're not going to ruin all my fucking food groups for me with these pedophile shit.
Yeah, it's true, right? It's so fucked up.
Foods. Yeah, don't tell me any more of this crap, or I'm not going to be able to order anything when we go out.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, it really is... They use a lot of food code words. Like, I wish I had this still. This is pre-Pizzagate information, but there was a account on Wicker that was sent to me, and somebody basically said, message this account, and they'll respond with code words and prices in I think it was Bitcoin at the time, and this guy or woman, whoever, was selling child pornography, and he used all these code words that were used in those emails. Essentially, walnut was one of them was used, and also cheese pizza, like I said. So I don't know what the fuck walnut means. I have no idea. I didn't fucking go further. But as I was hunting this person, somebody tipped me on him. He really did send a whole bunch of code words and said prices with them. So, this stuff is real. It's real. They do talk in this weird code language. So it's very interesting. Some of those emails are very interesting. I will not.
But even then, like when we were talking about programming an AI before, right? You could program an AI to do nothing but hunt out specific, spots that were using those code words, and then check out what they were. Like This isn't rocket science.
No, yeah, absolutely, you could. And that's me and Mark talked about that with the pedophile hunter that came on. When she came on, we were talking about how you could use artificial intelligence to go after these people and make sure that they're not uploading this type of content. You could honestly, I would be okay if it was strictly only for this. If somebody did upload explicit material that involved children, and it would, number one, it would trace their account, grab the IP, give it to the service provider, and number two, what it would do is block them from being able to post the explicit photo or video on a social media site. So your information would automatically go to, say, Twitter. I would be okay with that if it wasn't abused past that point. If it was only strictly used for going after pedophiles, totally okay with it. Go for it. But, giving the social media sites that much power, they will take it further. So...
Well, I mean, my problem is that they are taking it further, but they never did that. Right? So, I mean, they have taken it farther with censorship, with censoring activists, with left and right activists, right? If you're speaking out, they're censoring you, but then with AI, right? But then when it comes to pedophiles, you never got around to censoring those guys. You never got around to transferring those guys. You'll trace every single fucking Black Lives Matter activist on the fucking continent, but you never got around to tracing out the fucking the pedophiles. Just slipped your mind.
Right.
Isn't that fucked up? They shouldn't. They need to make this priority list, and these pedophiles should be on top. And before they're done with these pedophiles, they should not touch any fucking activist. And they can spend their entire careers on hunting these pedophiles and have something useful to do.
And honestly, I think that there's probably people in law enforcement that are in this. That was, when they were young and first got into that, that's what they thought they were going to do. They thought they were going to be fighting crime. They thought they were going to be hunting down pedophiles, and they end up, right, getting brainwashed and moving to something that I think, even if it doesn't affect them right away, it does hurt their hearts, right? You end up being a horrible person afterward. And yeah, it just seems like there's no focus in any of the actual, atrocities on the planet. It's all focused on trying to silence the people.
Yeah, well, they must feel, they have to feel horrible when they get home, right, to their families, and then they have to, discuss this. Because,
sometimes it just doesn't hit you all at once, especially when you're in those brainwash situations, and I'll put this as from, military experience. Right? Because when you're in the situation, you're actually excited about what's going on. It doesn't hit you about how horrible that situation was until way after the fact. Right? You're high-fiving each other. You're happy about what happened. You cleared that house. Right? It doesn't hit you till 20 years later that you kicked open a family's fucking home and shot the two people trying to fucking defend themselves. Right? None of that hits you till way after the fact. And I think a lot of times with these riot cops right now, they're fucking high-fiving each other and it's all good, and they won't realize what they've done until they're no longer quite so young and dumb.
Yeah. Now I wonder also how families react to that. Because those you would assume those people are not trained and brainwashed in that sense. You would assume that they get confronted with it. I mean, when they take their uniform off, I mean, they're no longer cops, they're just normal people, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is what's on them, and some of it is our society. You don't, even if you know something's wrong, you know what I mean? Because it's your family that's doing it, it's okay. And that's not like a personal attack on anyone. That's pretty much, everyone, right? War's wrong, but my family that's in the military is all good. Right, and that's that's something that everybody has to deal with, right? What the police are doing is wrong, but my brother's a cop; he's a good guy, right? My brother's not a cop, but I'm just saying as an example. I think there is some of that's in it, and you're built up to respect and love those people, right? Even though you know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. At some point, there has to be a breaking point, and I think in American society, that point was actually reached for a moment with that whole George Floyd situation. Don't you think?
I think there's with that little girl getting fucking pepper sprayed, man. That's gonna turn into it's turning into something a lot bigger. But that's another one of those moments where just everybody's like, "What the fuck is going on?" And it becomes real. You know what I mean? It wasn't real to them before that moment.
Yeah, it's like the little light thing turning on in these cartoons, right? Suddenly it happens.
I had a buddy, and we were real close friends. Fucking driving somewhere, I forget where it was, and we were having a talk about the police. He's from California, and he says he's white dude, average looking guy, and he's all like, I don't get it, man. Like I don't see it. I've been pulled over 1,000,000 times. They're always super nice to me. Never had any of that. Like I've never actually seen it, and like fucking clockwork, the fucking blueberries and cherries go off in the back. And he was shocked about that situation. And he was a learned man, right? He knew the world. He knew that what the stuff was going on, but it just wasn't real to him, right? And that seems to be a situation that a lot of people, until they see it in front of them on their camera or on, from a phone video or that moment, or they're involved in it, right? They just don't see it. They don't believe it, right? Every time they've talked to the cops, they've been good to them.
It really takes a personal situation to change your view on something.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I think social media has changed that dynamic in a way they didn't expect. You know what I mean? That people are connected to their social media and emotionally connected. Facebook proved that. They can, if they post a whole bunch of horrible shit all day, every day, right? You'll start feeling horrible.
It did prove that. Yeah, that's such a fucked up experiment, man.
But they proved how connected people are to their social media. So when people saw George Floyd getting killed, it was like they were there. You know what I mean? They felt that connection, and you see it in a lot of times. Now when people saw what was going on in Russia and saw the riot cops, they've seen that. They know it. They understand it. They've just been through it, right? That now makes sense to how wrong that world is to them. And until social media, people read it in books or, saw a little clip on TV, it wasn't real to them because they weren't connected to it.
Right. Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with you.
I was a little late getting into the show, so I don't have the list in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say but how do you deal with that pedophilia stuff? Because you can't confront them with that, right? I mean, how do they wake up to that then?
Well, I think most people know about it. It's that they feel a lot more helpless, right? So, I mean, how long did everyone know about Epstein, about Bill Cosby, about, you can name off these people, and there's no repercussions. There's nobody investigating it. When you take them to court, they walk away scot-free. They're molesting kids by the end of the day. Jeff Epstein and his lawyer literally finished a trial on child trafficking and immediately went to go get massaged by an underage child. Immediately. Right. Drove from the courthouse to his house to feel up a child, right? So I mean, I think people do know about it, but our system is not meant to fucking pick up pedophiles. It's meant to fucking arrest black people for weed. So yeah, I think a lot of people, as always, we feel really helpless. They steal our children, and that's really what the rich and powerful have always done. And we've never.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I mean, it's hard thing. Like I said, it's a hard pill to swallow, but yeah, it's they're very much interwoven within our society, and it's not just the real super rich elites. It's people in positions of power, such as doctors and lawyers. They're all over the place.
Yeah, Cambodia, man. Cambodia was fucking shocking, man. Like the most eye-opening experience that I've ever had. Like, I didn't think that world was real. You know what I mean? And you would see grown-ass Westerners walking around with, 10-year-olds. Like, they were their girlfriend. Like, and I mean, open in the street, and I'm not talking like one. I'm talking hundreds, thousands of these guys. And they would show up. They were doctors and lawyers and I mean, all sorts of different fucking cops. They were all sorts of different people, and they would literally come there and get a child as a girlfriend for the fucking week. Like it was just fucking mind blowing to me, man. And the way that they walked around, like, open, happy about it.
Yeah, it happens all over the world, man, and it's mostly in third world countries.
Yeah, it was weird, and all Westerners, all Westerners. Yeah, I had the best stay of my entire life in fucking Cambodia. Like, because I wasn't there to fucking molest children, everybody loved me. I got like the fucking greatest suite in the place. They brought me food and drink. It was awesome. Rice wine. Yeah, it was cool. And it was just because, like, I was the only person that had came through there in forever that wasn't there to pick up fucking children. Like, they didn't realize that Americans did anything else.
Yeah, it's sad actually, right? It's like that is so in such a large scale that they actually get used to it even.
Oh yeah, it was supported like from the ground up. Like, it was like everybody was involved. Government, police, like, you know, you get off the airport and there were people trying to sell you kids. But it's not like the people that were involved in it were unknown. You know what I mean? Like, though they weren't hiding it. You know, any bit of law enforcement could have picked them up in a fucking heartbeat. At all. Right? The CIA has never picked up a single one of them. They're in Cambodia. They know it, man. It's in the street. It's open. They've never arrested a single one of them.
Is that like is there laws in Cambodia against child trafficking or no?
They made a law that you couldn't marry someone under the age of 14, because they used to have these child wedding things there, you know, where they had a whole ceremony and shit where you could marry a 3-year-old if you felt like it. And I know they put an end to that, but that's the only one that I know that's like right off.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, worst situations I've ever seen. Yeah, me and my girlfriend at the time did our little bit tourism, and then took off to fucking live in Vietnam for the next couple of years.
Is it better there? Are there actually good laws there?
Oh yeah, like, it's weird because it's just Cambodia. So Vietnam and Thailand are not the same way. So, like, I didn't see any child trafficking in Vietnam. Like, at all.
Thailand's bad. It might not have been in your area, but Thailand is bad.
Thailand is bad, but it does have strict laws. I mean, like, according to the law, it's not allowed, right? I mean,
there was lots of sex work in Thailand, but like I didn't see people like walking around with children. You know what I mean? I didn't see any of that. Not the way that it was in Cambodia, and like
more underground. But yeah,
it was out in the open in Cambodia. In Vietnam, you know, they didn't have really the sex, tourism industry there. You know, Bangkok and Thailand had a lot of sex industry that was there, where Vietnam didn't have any of that. You guys don't get to go. I'm telling you, like, Vietnam is one of the most amazing places that you will ever go in the world. Like, and I was like worried when I got there. You know what I mean? Just being an American and being ex-military and all of that, and I was completely shocked. Like, I literally walked around like, "What? This is communism? This is one way I heard it. Oh, this is nice." So everybody gets a scooter? Cool.
Yeah, we are so filled with that propaganda stuff from the movies that we don't realize it's actually much different. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like nothing that I expected at all. I expected like hardcore. I expected like what America is now. To be honest with you, is what I expected it to be like, and it wasn't like that at all. I didn't have any like issues or fucking like. I don't even think I saw like contact with the police or law enforcement or government or anybody.
Yeah, it's weird. I like a few days ago, I watched a PewDiePie video, right? And this was about some rich American guy marrying some. This is old rich American guy marrying some young girl from like abroad, right? And this girl came over to America to live with him, and she was like from a super poor country, but she, at least that's what we believed, right? And then she came there and she said like, but like, everything is more shitty than with us. So there is like, in the West we believe we are like so much better than some countries, but it's not always true actually. In some places,
yeah,
they do have it. Yeah.
I rode the bus everywhere. How you ride the bus there is you get on the bus and it takes you where you need to go. No tickets, no money, no fucking anything. I had to have a tooth removed from the hospital. I got like an abscess. I went into the hospital to fill out my paperwork. They wrote me right down my name, my age, my weight, any health problems I had. They took off my teeth. Do you know how much it cost me? Nothing. I just walked out. I was shocked. They gave me my medicine for the thing, told me to go back to my fucking spot, chill for a little bit. Like, absolutely nothing. It was a completely different world than I expected.
Yeah, I know it is, and they put emphasis on other things in life. Luxury products, for example, will be more expensive, but like things like healthcare and stuff. I mean, those are like the important things in life. They take way better care.
Yeah, the big like thing that everybody did for like well, first of all, there was the town had like everybody worked out in the entire city, in every city in Vietnam at 6 a.m. So like everybody walks through the city and says hi to everybody. It's weird. That is something that takes like a second to get used to. And then all the shops open. But it like at night, everyone would just like sit on the beaches or near the water and like talk and trade and do their own thing. Like it was just a completely different world than I expected it to be.
Yeah, and then still the West still tries to fuck them over, especially like Apple, for example. So I've read that, for example, for people living in India, it is cheaper for them to buy the latest Apple iPhone, traveling to Dubai, buying it there, and traveling back to India, than buying it in India itself.
Even though they're probably being made in India.
Yeah, isn't that weird? So that's the story I read too, and it was just like shocking to me. Like, this is all So that's what they do. They like they play with these people in these areas because like you said, it's probably made in India or in China, which is super close to India. So yeah. We fuck these people over. Well, they actually, like you're saying, they have their society pretty well organized in that sense, with healthcare and things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have problems, and like I wasn't Vietnamese, so a lot of issues that someone that's born there may have that I never was exposed to. But it definitely, I mean, you've traveled as well. Like most of what you see on the media is completely and utterly fictitious. It's just made up propaganda crap. Like I've went to war zones and never met the people that they're fucking talking about.
No, no, it's not. This is all not true. Especially if you go to big cities. I mean, you can find famous things everywhere. You can find a McDonald's everywhere. You walk inside and it's pretty much the same thing. There are a few unique things on the menu. Yeah.
I will say both in Bangkok, the McDonald's in Thailand were normal, right? But in most of Southeast Asia, I'd say that the menu was for show, right? Was kind of optional because like it was the only ones they had noodles and rice. Everything they were making on the street, they were making inside of the McDonald's, even though it had a McDonald's like thing on the front of it.
No.
Yeah, there was like the suggested Western menu, and then all the other stuff that they made.
What do you guys think about what I just posted about Marilyn Manson?
I saw his one of his ex-girlfriends, had said that he was abusive, but pretty much all of his ex-girlfriends say about the same thing. So
Yeah.
I believe her. Like, she's like a one-off, or like somebody has something made. Like everyone he's dated has said he's a fucking nut job.
But did you actually read into what she said? She said that he brainwashed her and did psychological abuse on her. Now, it's very interesting. Marilyn Manson was very much promoted in Disney early on. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Wait a minute. You gotta get me some more information on that. What?
Yeah, he was very much promoted in Disney early on in his career. He also did a lot of like third-party appearances as Mickey with like the mouse ears, and there's a link there. Not sure if I can find it. There's a link there with actual with actual connection somewhere to someone in the CIA. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. So I thought that was very interesting. Him abusing several of his former exes, and also a trans person. I think her name's Love Bailey or Bailey Love, one of the two. And he threatened to kill her with a Glock, and said that he hates quote unquote he hates, and then the F word. Not the F-U-C-K, obviously, but it's the the F word we can't say, or we will get like
Uber banned.
Yeah, Uber banned. Yeah, basically, and I thought it was very interesting. Another Hollywood figure, well-known Hollywood figure, for years has actually been flaunting his abuse. Whether people realize it or not, he's done it in songs over and over again, flaunting his abuse against women. He even once said in an interview years ago that his song, I Want to Kill You, like they do in the movies, was about Rachel Wood. So, I mean, like,
Jesus.
Man.
Well, you think that in like contrast to rap artists that have like even alluded to crimes, being arrested and charged and all of this, and then Marilyn Manson can pretty much like abuse the fuck out of whoever he wants and gets very little attention. I've got Rose McGowan on our page. I'll try to message her and see if she'll come on the show and give us the skinny on Marilyn Manson.
We'll be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't only ask her about Marilyn Manson. I mean, there's some other people in Hollywood that need to be named as well, and I think that she's the bravest one of them all. Actually,
yeah, she's like I was kind of like I didn't really I wasn't like sold on her, and then like after like talking to her and watching her for a while here, like she's the real deal. I really like her. I think she'll if anybody will speak out on a lot of this, she'll speak out on it.
yeah. To be honest, I mean, there's a whole host of people that need to be outed. I know a few different more names that are.
But I mean, he wasn't even like outed. Like everybody, like I said, it seems like all of his girlfriends have said this. All the people that know him said it. He says it. He wrote a song about it. Like, what exactly do you got to do?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's insane. It's like he basically admitted to it, and nothing was done till now. Now they dropped his label. They did all this shit now.
Well, yeah, and it's like I mean, honestly, you dropped from your label. When's the last time you listened to a Marilyn Manson song?
Never.
Yeah, he dropped him from his label. I didn't even know he was still making music. It's like these guys that step down from the position when they find something. Like, stepping down is not enough.
No, not stepping down. No, his label completely dropped him. His marketing agency dropped him. Several other connections to him dropped him.
Right, but he's already crazy rich and not doing anything. Like what I'm saying, it's not that. It's just like, who cares? Like, that's not justice in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? When you come into when you take out the fact that he's a movie star, if you worked at Pizza Hut, that wouldn't be acceptable. Well, you've got a history of beating the crap out of your wives and fucking torturing them and fucking, you know what I mean, threatening to kill people and all of this crap. You know what, buddy? You're fired. That's
I mean,
not.
it's so interesting because it's like, he had more than just him admitting it, right? He was charged in 2018, and they declined to pursue the charges for sexual assault for an incident that happened in 2011, right? So that's one thing. And then in 2001, he was charged with sexual assault for rubbing his crotch on a security guard's head at a concert in Michigan. I mean, like...
No thanks. No thanks.
What more does this guy have to do to actually get, like, obviously now there's things going on, but, I mean, it's insane. Like, he's used his power in Hollywood, and even though it's Marilyn Manson, he still has a lot of fucking power in Hollywood. And he has connections to, other powerful people in Hollywood that can basically make or break your career. And then, he threatens with, oh, well, if you tell, then I'll break your career. That's how things go on in Hollywood.
No, that's how it's been going on for a very long time in Hollywood. With these other examples like Weinstein and stuff. Weinstein.
Yeah. There's other people though. That's the thing. Like, there's other people, publicists and A&R reps and other people involved in Hollywood that aren't in the public spotlight that need to be outed. And I mean, if Rose McGowan wants to do that and actually out them, that would be great. But I'm not one of my.
I think if she knew, who they were. I don't know. We'll find out. That's for sure. I mean, I think of like something that gets to me is even now, like even after they're convicted and like all of it, they're still like revered as somehow great people. If you look at like Kevin Spacey and Bill Cosby, right? Even when the media talks about them now, right? The disgraced actor, guilty of sexual assault. Man, you raped a kid in the back of a fucking party. right? But they like use these like fluffy words to describe them, right? That was Kevin Spacey, right? He fucking raped a kid in the back of a fucking party, right? It wasn't a non-consensual sex. It's just called rape, dude. Right, but when the media talks about it, they use these fluff words. Oh, disgraced comedian Bill Cosby. You mean serial rapist Bill Cosby?
Yeah, I understand that, but also from the perspective of, like, you can't say serial rapists on TV. They'll get sued out their ass. But
how many people do you have to rape before you're considered a serial rapist? Right? They don't use that restraint with other people.
I agree with you, but like they can't say that because they would get sued by all his lawyers and everything else, and it's ridiculous. I mean, well, he was convicted, right? Bill Cosby was convicted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so they could literally say that serial rapist.
You can't find a single fucking like high level rapist like that they've ever called a rapist. They always use other words to try to fill in fucking, it was a forcible sexual assault. That's just rape. It's just rape.
Oh, I mean, child predator for Epstein is one up.
Yeah, no, they'll put financial manager Jeffrey Epstein. That's not what he's known for. And nobody can seem to tell us where any of his money came from. So before you call him a financial manager, what was he managing?
Liz Wexner's funds.
Yeah, but it's just weird how they paint these people still now, even after you know everything that they've done. Epstein's dead. He ain't suing you. But it feeds into that, thing where, it's not all that bad. It's just a sexual assault, right? Kevin Spacey got drunk as fuck, right? Walked into a bedroom and raped a kid. But they're seen, because he acted in front of the idiot box, right? He stood in front of the camera, so he's a better person than that, right? He shouldn't be described as what he actually is. I've never understood why you get this fucking pass because you stood in front of a camera.
He gets the pass because several people died who were witnesses during his accusations.
Well, I mean, and a lot of the times they use that as an excuse. There's a really high suicide rate about people that are fucking raped. And you guys are raping people. A lot of the people that you rape eventually commit suicide.
It's not suicide, dude. It was like people getting hit by cars and fucking... Yeah, it was all sorts of weird, just coincidental timing deaths. And that's the type of shit that happens, It's like, oh, you opened your mouth. All right, well, I'm going to pay somebody just to hit and run you.
And even if they didn't, right? Even if you did happen to step out on the fucking street, these are horrible people. They'll look the next person dead in the eye and be like, you want that same thing to happen to you? Even though it was not connected. It's just a threat. You could have accidentally got hit by a car. That doesn't mean that they're not going to use that as leverage and say, yeah, we had that motherfucker killed because he talked.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't. I just know that there was several. I think it was like 3 or 4 different deaths around that whole entire Kevin Spacey accusations timing. And it was also, if I remember correctly, there was also somebody who was royalty, right?
Oh, that was Prince Edward or Prince.
It's not Edward, but yeah, you're right. It was
Prince Andrew, right? That guy from
Andrew.
No,
sorry,
Andrew did not die.
No, Prince Andrew's still alive, still raping children.
No, there's a royalty figure, I can't remember his name, who came out and he was calling out Kevin Spacey. I just can't remember his name right now.
I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I mean, they feel that they're royalty, and you guys know how I feel about that concept to begin with.
No, that is
Somehow this monkey is special.
it's a Norwegian royal, Ari Bane.
Yeah, Ari. He ended up dying. right after he came out and said something about Kevin Spacey.
Supposedly took his own life on Christmas Day.
Right.
Okay.
That's rough. No, it's a real twisted world. And kind of what we were saying before, it's so hard to cut through the bullshit, the propaganda. Like, there's so many people that are stacked up, right? Just to keep this, like, the most horrible systems imaginable going.
Pretty powerful guy, that Spacey, then, if he's behind that.
I don't know if he's behind it. I just know there was a lot of different weird deaths at the time, and I called it out, and Kevin Spacey blocked me at the time.
Oh, he blocked you. That's funny.
No, I swear to you, yeah, I made an article on Steemit, and he blocked me.
Hey, that's something to be proud of, though. Like,
Yeah.
to be honest, I'm always really proud of the people that block me.
I was calling Kevin Spacey out before the accusation started going out. At one point in time, I was just going off on Hollywood and just picking them off one by one, and then I stopped. Honestly, I think a combination of everything that I did got that other account banned. But yeah, man, like, I was going off on a whole bunch of different fucking people, and I don't know. It could have been a combination of everything that got that account banned, to be honest. But Kevin Spacey, I called him out. I called Charlie Sheen out. I called.
Well, and that's Charlie Sheen. That's who Corey Feldman has, like, said over and over again. Raped his best friend, and like and I think he said that there's more, but I mean, I don't really know.
It was the thing too. It was like everybody's saying no, it's not Charlie Sheen, and I was like, yeah, it is. I was like, I was way ahead of the curve, and it's like, because somebody, I don't know who the fuck it was, I have no idea. It was just somebody close to Corey, messaged me. For all I know, it could have been him himself. But anyway, messaged me and said it was Charlie Sheen, and then gave me a whole bunch of evidence pointing to Charlie Sheen and saying, in the Denise and Richard's divorce records, it literally says that Charlie was watching underage porn while he was dating Denise Richards, or married to her. I think married to her because divorce record. But anyway, like, I had somebody point all that shit out and said basically that it was Charlie Sheen who raped Corey Haim. And, turned out, what did Corey Feldman say when he came out? He said Sheen.
And, like, that shows the power of Hollywood, because when you're at the top, man, you couldn't find somebody to believe that. And now that Charlie Sheen is shown to be, like, who he is, right? Like, just not in front of the camera, but who he actually is, like, that is not, that doesn't seem as crazy as it first would, right? Like, when you hear that about Charlie Sheen now, you're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
And it's who groomed him that's even more interesting, too. I don't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. But
I mean, with Kevin Spacey, can you imagine, like he had done all that already and then made American Beauty. He read that script and was all like, yeah, this is me.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to be on, and that just ruins that whole entire movie. I mean,
oh yeah, you can't watch American Beauty anymore. But the fact, when you think about it, like, that's like, why did you pick that role knowing what you've done?
You enjoyed doing it, obviously.
Yeah, like he got to relive it without actually having to do it again.
But I don't think that he enjoys. I think he's on the other coin, so to speak. I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get it fucking randomly banned. But you get my point.
Yeah, I don't.
He likes hot dogs.
Ugh. Just these people are the worst. I don't know. It's just I understand people are good actors, that's fine. I just don't understand why you get this above the law status for being on TV. That's the part I don't understand. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, here's a whole thing. Spacey and a certain disgraced actor who's well fucking known for actually being no, was Woody Allen convicted?
No, I don't think he was.
Anyway, him and Spacey rowed a boat to Epstein's Island, which tells me
Really obsessed if you row a boat to it, right?
Oh my god, could you imagine the nightmare of rowing a boat with fucking Woody Allen? Ugh.
Yeah.
I would be rowing more, but it's very tiring, and I want to save some energy for the children later. I heard Sung Yi was being flown in by plane.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I think because of that, because that information comes from credible sources, and it's not from like bullshit. I think personally that Epstein was not just trafficking girls. I think he was trafficking boys. But the thing is, in these trafficking networks, the boys are disposable. And I know that that's like hard for people to take, but guess what? Epstein ordered a whole bunch of cement trucks to his island before he was arrested.
And there are pictures of that, right? Those pictures were also released.
Yeah. And on top of that, also, Courtney Love's father went off on a whole bunch of ranting Facebook posts saying that some of the girls were buried and that they never made it off the island. And I agree with that because we looked at the flight logs of, I think it was the Loyalita Express, I believe, or it was the helicopter. I can't remember. Anyway, we looked at the flight logs, and there's the flights going to the island where the girls are on the list, and then there's people missing, like head count wise, when coming back. Now that could be it could be two things: either they were staying with the island, or they were offed and buried. And that's a sick thing to think of, but it's not out of the realm of possibility when dealing with these child trafficking networks.
But I mean, that's really the point, isn't it? I mean, when we were asking, why people feel like there's nothing they could do, right? You could literally build a child rape island and travel back and forth to it freely from the U.S. with, every celebrity, connected that you can think of, and nobody says anything about it. You could walk through on your way to your personal rape island, right, with 12 kids behind you, and nobody will say a word to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Nobody was more surprised about being arrested than Jeff Epstein.
Yeah, in New York, when he was arrested the second time, yeah.
Yeah, he was shocked. And then, it was kind of like, it's kind of fucking joke. Like, yeah, we've been here before.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is evil in the world, but there is good as well, and not everybody is going to bend a knee to the evil people. And when they did arrest him finally in New York, those were the good people that were going after him. I highly believe that. But yeah, man, like, there's something more there that they're not telling people. And I mean, there's other things too. Like, there's the supposed secret experiment room that Epstein had in the Mexico ranch, and it's briefly mentioned that Epstein was interested in basically creating cartoons of himself, like.
Oh yeah, he wanted to repopulate the Earth or some shit like that. He wrote a little bit about it.
Yeah, and he was also interested in brain and mind. You know, like it's mentioned briefly and everything, but there's some weird things going on that hasn't been addressed, and there's rumors, and I think that they're more than rumors. I'll say that there was a experimentation room at the Mexico Ranch, and he had a chair, a dentist chair at the either at the mansion or at the island, where it was basically had straps on it, you know, to strap somebody down in the chair. Creepy as fuck. And we know that Nexium strap people down and force them to watch decapitation videos and everything else. I mean, so we know that these people did stuff like that, and Nexium is actually connected to Epstein through the Bronfmans. So, I mean, like, what was going on here? You know, like, it's just so interesting. I think it's way more than just child trafficking. I think that there was experimentation going on with human subjects and other things going on. I don't think it was just trafficking. I highly believe Epstein was running experiments on people, and I think he was also trafficking boys. Besides the girls that have come out or the women that have come out and said that they were trafficked when they were girls, I think he was trafficking boys, and yeah, man, like, I think there's a lot more sicker shit going on there. I don't know if you know or not, but typically for the snuff film industry, they use boys. I don't know why. I have no idea. But they typically use boys in the snuff film industry, and they kill the boys.
Yeah, I know about that too. That has also to do. That has also to do with the scandals in my country with the damming and stuff. There have been similar reports of that of elites on this expensive yacht, and also a boy died there. So there's almost stuff.
Wasn't it like Spinal Tap? I think it was one. It's one of those bands. But one of the band members said that he went to a party that they were recording a fucking snuff film.
Oh yeah, that was fuck, I forget who that was. I remember that he was in Germany and said that. Yeah,
I thought it was Spinal Tap. I wanted, for some reason that sticks with me, but maybe it wasn't.
No, it was a more famous band. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But anyway, I think he's the lead singer or something. I know he's a part of the band, but anyway, like, he said to TMZ when they questioned him, he just said that he was going to a snuff film party, and I was like, wait, what? Like, and the thing is, like, it's TMZ, so you know you're gonna take it as a joke, but it was in Germany. I'm pretty sure, so. You know, do you take that as because of the whole Dutrox affair thing? I mean, I'm gonna look that up for you just to.
Yeah, because I don't remember the name. I just remember the kind of the you know, the story a little bit. I don't know. Rich people party weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm gonna party in Berlin, it definitely ain't gonna go to a fucking snuff film or whatever you guys are doing here.
No, Berlin is a great city actually. It was not under lockdown. You can.
Yeah, I absolutely love partying in fucking Berlin. That was not on the list of shit to do.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, but that's a very specific category of people, AK. And those are like the sadistic types.
Was Ralph Reicherman, the former bassist of the Scorpions?
There we go, the Scorpions.
And he said that he had been to an elite snuff fetish party in Germany, where wealthy guests would attend to pay $100,000 to watch or participate in murder and other horrific activities that he wouldn't even repeat. What was more sickening than live murder, it's obviously the if you're participating in more horrific activities than murder. I mean, what would that be?
What the fuck is that? What are they doing in there?
By the way, the existence of these snuff movies is also confirmed by the recently, about a year ago, by the Swedish police in the case of the sadistic killer Madsen. If you want to look at that, with Madsen. And the Swedish police found information. They found the existence of these videos on some famous people computers. I have to look into that later. Yeah.
Swedish police, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Aussies are big on it too. My apartment was like across the street from this big like glass building that they had, and all that they focused on in there was like child trafficking and sex trafficking.
Yeah, so I stumbled on it, AK, because you were talking about the snuff movies and you were thinking of that name of the person involved. So I was also thinking of the to find out the name of that kid who was killed on the yacht ship by these damning figures in my country. But
yeah,
so I stumbled on that one, and this says the Swedish police confirmed the existence of the snuff movie because they found a lot on the computer of that Madsen guy, and had to do with these elites too. So I have to look more into that.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, why, like, what's with the secrecy? You know what I mean? Once you know that there's like a ton of elites that are involved in this, why do you not just arrest them?
Well, I believe it was the MI5, or I'm pretty sure it was the MI5 or Scotland Yard. One of them said that there was over 100 officials that they were investigating in the UK who were involved in some horrific child rape. I remember that.
Right, but if I'm standing next to somebody that's selling weed, right, they arrest everybody that's there and charge us as gang members. But they can have video footage of a bunch of fucking celebrities and elitists, right, murdering somebody and raping children. We're doing an investigation.
Yeah, well, but the scale is so large. This is on such a huge scale, because I remember the Soundford files here in Western Europe, and they found the files of over 68,000 missing children. Just here in Western Europe, right?
Jesus fucking Christ.
You also have to understand the way there is corruption. I'm not doubting that, but there is also loopholes here where they have to prove that the person is the person they claim to be, and in most cases, if you are involved in these types of things, you're wearing a full like body cloak type of thing. You're not going to be able to identify who it is. You'll only be able to identify by voice, and voice is not enough to charge somebody with. That is a true fact. You can't just charge somebody with a voice because people have similar voices where they sound similar.
Have you tried calling it terrorism? Because you can drone strike motherfucker for anywhere for any reason if you use the word terrorism.
Yeah.
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that it's how they get around things like this is they can't just charge you for voice if they're hiding in darkness or like.
Yeah, they're wearing masks and doing all that. No, I do understand it's not as cut and dry as, but there's definitely plenty of them that are. So there are, I'm sure that there's videos and there's you can't identify everybody on it. But like when it comes to Prince Andrew, There's more than enough evidence there. Overwhelming evidence. You know what I mean? Like, just your average person can come out with, you know what I mean, evidence of him, playing peekaboo outside of fucking Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Yeah. There's literally like video and stuff of that, right? Or pictures, like.
Oh yeah, he's acting super cute, like, oh, hanging out at the rape house. How cool is this? It's like Disneyland. Right, and it's great, right? But that guy, you just can't seem to find the evidence, or like, what's the holdup is what I'm asking. So I do understand that if you get a video that's just 5 cloaked members murdering somebody, there's nothing you can do. But there are so many that are so fucking open and they don't do anything. Like, again, look at Cosby. Like, 20 something people? You got to rape 20 something people of them telling you that, telling the media that he's a rapist before they did anything about it. Right? He's an old man before they fucking did anything about it. Right? Prince Andrew, you know what I mean? Like, what exactly would he have to do? He's in that, like, in the picture with Jeffrey Epstein in the uniform, like Navy uniform. What the fuck? Well, like I said, the CIA is definitely in Cambodia. They can't seem to find the guy walking down the middle of the street holding a 9-year-old's hand.
We know that both the CIA and the KGB had files on the British pedophiles, and they used it not to go after them, but to blackmail them. So that's a known fact. We know that went on years ago in, when was it, like the 1980s, 90s, something like that. But anyway, we know that went on. So their priority isn't saving children. It's not arresting these people. It's using that information to blackmail them.
Yeah, just getting info for fucking leverage.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, like, I agree with you. Like, if somebody fucking murders somebody, they should go after them. They shouldn't try to blackmail them on it. I mean, like, the fuck?
And it's never like blackmail for the good, right? Whatever they used that for was even more evil. Right? It had to be something so evil that you had to blackmail a dude that's already a pedophile with it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the crazy part, man. That's the insanity of it all,
All right, well, let's maybe pull back out of this and find a topic.
How did we even end up here?
I don't remember. It was something discussed about pedophiles, and then went down the rabbit hole. This is interesting news that I find really potentially dangerous. The UK finds more coronavirus cases with concerning mutations. So scientists are now saying that CV is mutating, and it's mutating into the same variant that is in South Africa. Again, guys, I don't know how many times I have to say this. It's so fucking obvious that this is a genetic, like, type of weapon. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I mean, it's
part of it is just coronaviruses. One of the downsides of coronaviruses is they mutate constantly, and it. Whether it is or isn't a bioweapon, I personally believe it is. It was sold as a bioweapon, right? But that may be an argument that's going to go on for the next fucking 100 years, right? What we've done since then is all of the worst actions possible, and then not even use the information that we know. The common cold's a coronavirus. It mutates every year as well. And now we've created these pockets inside of each country to mutate a separate version of it, and then don't follow any of the lockdown fucking things and spread our own personal fucking nightmares to each other. Like we couldn't fuck this up anymore.
Well, I mean, we've talked about the lockdowns and everything, and I think most of us agree that shutting down the economy was a real bad idea.
I agree. Shutting down 100% of the economy is a horrible idea. But we live in 2021. All you had to do was give people the ability to buy and sell fucking products, and those products to be delivered to their home and keep fucking locked down. That's all you had to do.
But that's saying that's all you have to do. I mean, people need to work. How are they going to work if they can't go to work because they shut down the economy? And most of these places are closed. For instance, like, for the longest fucking period of time, man, I've been unable to get a fucking haircut because they have these fucking haircut places closed. Like, what? The barbershops are all closed. Like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, but then, like, we can't have it both ways, right? We can't, like, intellectually understand the dangers of a bioweapon being loose in our communities and be stressed out about not being able to get a haircut. Like, we can't have it both ways.
Yeah. I get it.
But I think that's legitimately, that's where the problem lies, is that everybody has made those decisions as if we weren't in the middle of a bioweapon. Right, and if it was a bioweapons attack, like you have to lock down, right? You have to get this sorted before you can do it, and it does what it's designed to do. And right now we're sitting at the good rate at like 3%, 1%. That's all fine. If this ever mutates to a 50% death rate, we are fucked beyond fucked.
Yeah, like I said, I understand that there's a lot of elitists that want depopulation, but I don't think they would be as dumb to release a biological weapon like this. I think that this was an accident, personally, but I do think it came from China, and that whole lab was like funded by like Italy, fucking Paris, I mean, all over the place, the U.S., whole bunch of different countries funded that lab. Whatever they were doing, they were funding research in that lab.
I mean, that asks the question, why are we building bioweapons? Right? There are no benefits in war to a bioweapon. Right? This is the only outcome of a bioweapon. And when you think, how many trillions of dollars are we going to spend this year in the countless bioweapons facilities across the U.S., across the world? Working in a basement using scientific knowledge, right? Scientists that are brilliant virologists that we're going to use to build exactly what you're seeing in coronavirus. This is the effects of a bioweapon.
I would like to think that they were trying to experiment and stop something like this happening. But I mean, I don't fucking know, man.
I very much doubt it. They were building a bioweapon like all the other ones to kill their enemies in some weird murder-suicide pact, right? Same thing with the fucking nuclear weapons. These are the same people that tried to ignite to test to see if we could ignite our atmosphere with nuclear weapons. Yeah. Same group of people. Right? I do think they are stupid enough to unleash a biological weapon on the planet, and whether a bunch of people die on purpose or it just happens to work out to their benefit, their decisions are the same. They care about the economy. They care about money. And anything that gets in the way of that is a problem. And if they got to get rid of you to keep making money, they totally will. I guarantee you, the more of black, brown, and poor people that die of coronavirus, the less likely they are to do anything about it.
You got a point there, because I just remembered that one time that they actually sent a nuke to the moon.
Yeah, these are not, like, when you look at the world around us, these are not intelligent people at all. Right? They would rather spend money bombing Syria than fix coronavirus.
Well, they are actually doing that. Right? I mean, you say like they would rather do that, but they are actually doing that, right? They are sending bombs to Syria. And they're
Yeah,
not
that's where it's not saying, look, that, that was your plan or whatever, but 100% of your focus should be on fixing coronavirus. Not bombing people, not worrying about you and Saudi Arabia and this asshole. Your only focus, all of your government's focus should be on coronavirus, and it's not.
Sorry, it was a proposed experiment that they nuked the moon.
There isn't anything that we haven't thought about nuking for some reason.
Yeah.
But Trump was trying to nuke a hurricane. Then we would have a fucking radioactive hurricane. That's what we need.
Yeah, they would probably not put it in the media if they actually sent a nuke to the moon, right? They would probably not say it in the media. They would just do it.
That's why you can't look at the other side, because of that fucking blast crater they put on it. But no, it is. I do think they are stupid enough to unleash this nightmare. They've spent decades. A prime example is Lyme's disease, right? They created the deer tick with the little tick with a little white spot in the middle of it, right? They created that in the Montauk Bio research lab to spread Lyme's disease to your enemies using ticks. One of the ticks escaped, probably on a bird that had ate it and passed through and managed it, and now we've got Lyme disease across our country. The last time a bioweapon got loose in the U.S.
Oh, NASA also considered nuking the moon as well.
Why? Why would you? What is wrong with people? But yeah, these are the kings of horrible ideas that they in no way can control, right? And bioweapons are one of those things that doesn't care about the economy, doesn't care about money, doesn't care about your economic status, doesn't care about doesn't care about borders, doesn't care about your ideology, doesn't care if you're communist, doesn't care if you're fucking socialist, doesn't care if you're capitalist. It doesn't give a fuck about any of the made up shit that we give so much of a shit about.
Jesus Christ, even the Soviets thought nuking the moon was a great idea.
We were doing it, so I mean, they have to do it first, right?
It's funny you say that, because it says here, the race by the Soviets and the U.S. to nuke the moon during the Cold War.
And nobody in that entire process, all those super intelligent people, never said, wait a minute, guys, why are we doing this again?
More like, guys, if we do this, we might kill the human race.
But what will it do to the Russians?
Kill them.
I'm in.
That's a great idea.
I'm in.
Yeah, man, I don't know. But I just find that so silly. It's just like, why would you ever... I thought they did do it. Like, I thought that they sent, not a nuclear, warhead, but I thought they sent a small missile at the moon at one point in time.
I know we have done some nuclear testing in space, but I'm not sure on the on the range or what all that we did. At the end of the day, nukes are damn near useless in space. They require atmosphere for beyond the first explosion and the blast. Most of what you're getting, the heat, all of that is from the atmosphere, is from the air igniting, is from all of that shit around it. And without that, they're damn near useless.
So what the fuck would happen if you nuked the moon?
It has a little bit of atmosphere. Probably sit for a little bit. But it wouldn't have the nuclear catastrophe that you get inside of Earth with both air pressure and the atmosphere that it goes through, which is what makes the nuclear explosion so powerful, and not just the detonation of the explosives on the inside.
Okay, so then basically they would do it just for science purposes to see what would happen, and if it did have that big explosion, we could be dealing with a crater-sized size of the moon heading towards Earth.
They want to start advertising it now, so I mean, they're advertising on it. So that beautiful moon that we've been looking up at for millions of years will be replaced with a big old sign of fucking Amazon. Which is interesting because the actual Amazon on the planet is fucked because of those same companies.
Oh, I see what you did there. Amazon forest.
Sometimes I'm good with the words. But no, we're like we're really it couldn't get much worse with coronavirus. It's insane because it's slowly but surely getting worse. America itself has about a month leeway, right, of seeing what's going on in the rest of the world first, and we take zero action. It's like we've done nothing at all but give a couple of $1 billion to the rich and somehow expect that to fix coronavirus. It's insane. And I think what the rest of the world is already has their, recurring stimulus checks. No, I definitely worry, guys. I definitely worry.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything that our government is like doing that is gonna help anybody. What Trump shut down they were gonna send masks to every American household every month to take some of the cost out of it, and he cut it. He stopped the program or 86'd it because he thought it would scare everyone. But you notice the Biden administration didn't start that program as soon as they took over. Why not? They've posted every single day about how important mask wearing is and how absolutely broke every single American is, and yet you didn't implement the program that was already set up? Why not?
Mark's quiet. I guess he's not there.
Yeah, I haven't heard him say anything in a minute.
Oh shit! He said back in 5 minutes.
Oh, that would explain it. We were waiting for you to give some input. And
I posted in the chat. I had to leave for 5 minutes. Yeah, I had to make some coffee and stuff.
I just saw it now. You didn't even say it. Like, you should have just pinged. Oh, well, you did tag me, but you didn't send a direct message.
Okay. Well, where were you guys? What were you guys talking about? Yeah, it's 8:45 for me in the morning, so.
Just how shitty coronavirus is going, really, and how our governments are really the worst people to do anything about it. They just have fucked it up more and more and more.
Yeah, well, they literally stepped down here, and then the same night they stepped down, they introduced a curfew. So yeah, pretty much messed it up so bad. There were riots all over the place. And people were fine before that, right? I mean, they weren't even rioting. They were saying like, okay, we'll agree to this bullshit of wearing masks everywhere. And then they did that. Like, they had to step down over a huge a corruption scandal. They all left the place, and then the same night they introduced a curfew that we can't be outdoors after 9. So imagine what happened then. Like, everyone went rioting and looting. Yeah, that's the effect. You have to at least pretend to respect your population, right?
I think we're slowly but surely getting past that point.
Yeah, it's just dumb. I mean, people here, they've been pretty relaxed with the government, considering all this stuff. Like, 1/5 of businesses is in Amsterdam is literally out of business, and people were staying relaxed over it because the government was giving is giving some money, right, to businesses that go bad, but at that point, your entire government has to step down because they were all involved with corruption. like I said it on air before already. I mean, they literally used an. Okay, so the poorest people in our country get like subsidies and stuff to help pay for their rent, right, and their health care and everything. So, and then they used an automated algorithm to tag people as frauds. Automated. And so they gave you like scores and stuff. And then if you're like, for example, you're like an immigrant or something, right? You have like the wrong last name. They will tag you as fraud faster in the algorithm. So that was all exposed, and they had to step down, and they apologized, and they all left. And then when they stepped down, they said, "Oh yeah, we're going to introduce a curfew."
So wait a minute. They invented a racist, classist algorithm?
Yeah, it was all exposed. And they had to literally, it was exposed, and they had to step down, right? It's like the biggest scandal ever in history, you know, in politics, probably, since World War II, and yeah. So yeah, they did that. It was exposed. They had to step down. They went, but then the day they stepped down, oh yeah, you're going to have a curfew, guys. You have to all stay indoors after 9 in the evening.
What a hilarious press conference they had to be. Like, after you described that you gotta step down because of your creation of a racist, classist fucking algorithm, and then as you're walking away, just pick up the mic and be like, also 9 o'clock curfew.
Yeah. And then, okay, so the first evening of the curfew, all, like literally the Apple stores were raided. People even raiding the McDonald's. I don't know, what's there to raid?
I saw the Apple store getting raided. It's a shame. That was the one where the workers helped them open the door or hold the door open.
Yeah, and you saw like
What? The workers held the door open.
Yeah, when the people were clearing it out, they just hold the door, fucking help you fucking do your setup real quick. I mean, they're still doing their job. It's just a riot.
Yeah. They have to open the door for you. Have to be nice. Yeah, but anyway, there you can see pure hate, right, against decisions. So, it lasted a few days, but now they're talking again about like.
That would have 100% been me.
Yeah. You sound like
Let
this.
me help you set that up. I don't want you to get fucking. I don't want it to get bricked later on.
They had like a Sky News report, and it literally said like, this was the moment the police started to run away from the protesters, right? Something like that, and you see them in the video. You see them running away and on their horses and stuff, and like a shitload of protesters after them with like bricks and stuff.
That's what "fuck you" and the horse you rode in on means.
Yeah, well, they have to understand at some point it's enough. But yeah, okay, so that lasted a few days, and yeah, then now they're talking again, right? Because now they have to remove the curfew stuff, because now all the political parties, they have new elections, right? So now they're all saying like, yeah, if you elect us, we will remove the curfew, we'll remove this, right? That's now their election rhetoric. So yeah.
That seems to be, like, it's weird because, like, Trump was the only one that's locked down, right, so far, and then he was talked out of, you know, keeping the lockdown and keeping it, like, a low level because the numbers dropped, and then he was talked out of it. And I just thought that was such a weird, like, moment when we, like, fast forward to now, and you couldn't talk them into a lockdown. No matter how many people died, no matter how many mutations, like, none of it.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, people here are like kind of different. I know, like in America, you have all these different groups, and the groups, because the country is so large, the groups are also larger. So you have like this hardcore group that is like against it, will be easily like a few 100,000 people, which has a lot more effect on society.
Yeah.
But here is like everyone is like always calm until like the breaking point, and then they all go crazy. So that's pretty much it.
We're at a step. It's like a steady freak out. I think America would definitely be called not calm. We are the opposite of calm.
Yeah, but you also have like all these different states, right? And I mean, the people in Texas respond different than people in in New York or in California or whatever. So
Well, and I'm not sure. I mean, it may be one of our problems is that we're just too damn big. Like, it's not feasible to control 350 million people from DC. It just might not be possible. By the time you get to the other end of the country, they don't respect whatever the fuck you're talking about,
yeah.
right? And I think that I don't know how to break up. I don't know any of that shit, but it just may be that that's not a feasible system. It has to be done in smaller chunks, but that may be one of our issues. What works for somebody in Pennsylvania doesn't particularly work for somebody in Wyoming. And I'm not talking about about coronavirus. I'm just talking about, rules, regulations, laws, all of that. It just might not be feasible.
Yeah, no, you're right, and maybe there should be that government should be more focused on a state basis, I guess, and that you just like on a national basis you just agree on like the same currency or whatever, right?
Speed limit or something.
Yeah, something like that, yeah, and that's
Something I feel that you fucking jackasses can handle.
yeah. Yeah, no, but the states are so big. I mean, my country fits like 4 times in just California, I think. So, yeah, these states are really big, and.
But then you've got France and Spain as well. I mean, they're pretty massive. I mean, France is gigantic.
France is pretty big, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's possible there, but that even there they have like these local like provinces, right, which are like tiny states. Yeah, they have a different structure too. But yeah. I don't know, but the attitude is also so different, right? Like, I mean, like a New Yorker is very different. Is a lot different than like a Southerner, for example, in behavior, right? I mean,
I think we have about 4 separate like American cultures, outside of your own personal culture, but American cultures by where you are in the States, all the way down to like the language. You know what I mean? Like if you go from Maine to fucking, the bottom of Florida, they're almost not even speaking the same language.
yeah.
Where you start having trouble understanding people. They're just word uses and different. What everything means is different. You kind of have to alter your speech to communicate with them correctly. Like it can be, there can be a lot of difference by region.
Hey, so what other subjects do we still have left? Is there still anything left?
Yeah, sorry, like I didn't get on and get the list early enough, and I kind of jumped on to get away from to get away from social media for a little bit.
Well, it was supposed to be just Navalny and Asia, I think.
Yeah, and then you just came on and yeah, I guess we been running with topics, but it was only supposed to be just Russia and Navalny, and China and Taiwan.
We spoke about Navalny like 10 minutes, I think.
A little bit over, I think. But yeah, it was short. Always is with like jumping around from topic to topic. I mean,
I just find it hard to focus on one state, right? It's very weird. Because we can always talk about like, okay, so you guys are from America, so you know more about U.S. politics. But for the rest, to focus on one country is to me is very useless because you see these authoritarians everywhere. They're in the U.S., they're in Russia, they're all over Europe too, and they're in Asia. So yeah.
Like I worry, my brother's just getting married. He lives in Taiwan with his fiance, and I mean it's stressful to have that like looming over that any moment for just absolutely stupid reasons. We go to war or invading or any of that shit. And it just seems so pointless. Like, what are we doing here? Like, we talk about all of what's going on, because it's the South China Sea, and and Taiwan wants this, and China wants that, and everybody. But at the end of the day, like, what is the end game here?
Yeah, yeah, but it's also like everywhere. Like, Well, you talked about France. About France. I mean, look at how Macron treated these yellow vests, or how Erdogan treats his people. Like, this is in Turkey. This is like the same story.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same like view over and over and over again of the same fascist like wave that's taken over the world, and none of us want it. Talk to a single person that's dealing with this shit that's happy about it going on.
I think it actually is a fascist wave.
I mean, you couldn't you couldn't tell the difference between one place to the next. It's just fascism always looks exactly the same.
Yeah. And that is, I think, the real fight between people who want more freedom and people who want to remove freedom everywhere in the world at the same time. Like, do you know that the U.S. used to be like proud of journalism and stuff too, right? Used to be proud of doing this. Like, free speech was like something that, like, the U.S. was better than other countries at it. That means that's at least was what they claimed, right? Like,
yeah, to the point where, you know, we had laws specifically to stop what is happening with journalists, both at like protests where they're singled out and targeted and arrested and beaten up and all of that crap, and like what you see with Assange. Like, our laws were set up to protect them for so long, they had to go back to the 1800s to even find something to try to charge him with.
yeah. Yeah, because I remember like years ago that like literally, if you wanted to like host something for like a free speech, you wanted like have a blog, and you wanted to be allowed to say things you couldn't say anywhere else, you would host it in the USA. Like, even blogs like blogspot.com from Google, you could say more on there than you could on a German website. Can you imagine that? Like, because Germany has very strict privacy laws, so if you would talk shit about some politician or some public figure, in Germany it was impossible. You would get a lawsuit taken down, or like a notice and takedown, and it's gone. But in the US you could say anything you wanted. So a German would literally get a blog in the USA to talk shit behind like a fake name or something, right? And now it seems like that kind of stuff is like it never happened. It doesn't exist.
No, there isn't like our news media. There is no news media anymore. You can look down, and it's either the exact same story, right, or they're just ignoring the like actual news that's going on around the world, right? If not even just America. It's gone so far downhill that look, we named off the journalists that have been killed, right? The journalists the U.S. blew up, right? And our response to that is to arrest Julian Assange.
Yeah.
Right? You would think journalists would be screaming. You know what I mean? You murdered one of our own.
Yeah, like Reuters journalists were shot like in the face in the middle of the street. These soldiers should be prosecuted. Everyone who was in that Apache helicopter should be prosecuted, and Julian Assange should walk free and be considered a hero for exposing it. But yeah, what happened to them?
No, but instead they arrest Julian Assange, right? Run constant like smear campaigns, and then continue to support the war effort. And don't speak up about two of them, right? Two journalists that were mowed down, right, for support of corrupt fucking illegal wars. And they're willing to just let those lives, right? What are they gonna do when it's you out there?
Yeah.
But when you're covering a story and you get hit with a missile or blown up, they're not gonna come to your rescue either.
No, and the surprise and the response from the mainstream press is also surprising to me, because Reuters, except for like maybe AP, is like the only source they use for their reporting. And like, why aren't they defending their own sources? This is their own core behind their own work. It's what I don't get either. Like, I'm not a big fan of Reuters either. I'm not a big fan of it because all the mainstream uses them, but for the rest, they should defend them too. I mean, it's their networks.
Well, yeah, and then to come out and I mean, like fervently, like call out Russia for the last week now, which I do think needs to be called out. I agree with that part. I don't agree that why are you so loud about this but so silent about the atrocities right in front of us?
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be both. I mean, Navalny and Assange needs to be in that story, that same story. All the journalists need to be protected. It's like that is like the last front line against actual fascism, a free press and a free speech. Like it goes all back to the old book burnings in the World War II.
Well, I think that's what makes social media so important now, because that is really the only real news source left. Like everything else is controlled, and I'm not talking about your favorite independent news source. I'm talking about like people on the internet saying what's going on.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's the only way to get truth anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the first thing the fascists always did when they invaded the country was burn the local newspapers and burn the local books. They were threatened by that. It was like they didn't even care. Okay, they cared more about that than disarming the people at first. First they wanted to disarm their media, and only then afterwards slowly they started to disarm the people too. But they first started to disarm their speech and their press, and the real resistance against it also started later on with these small resistance newspapers. They were like delivering they were like underground, given to people like house by house and stuff, and they were giving the date where weapons drops would happen, or where they could get a food supply, or where people could get shelter and stuff. So yeah, that's what they were really scared of, these fascists, and now it seems they're scared of it again, because that's what they are. They are fascists. Like maybe not economically, but yeah.
They'd like to get away with it, is the deal. And if they feel if they somehow control the media that they'll be able to do that, that we'll never find out, we'll never find a way to unite, right? They believe that somehow if they just shut down Julian Assange, that's going to end people exposing them for war crimes.
It's not. It's just like it's temporarily keeps them safe, I guess.
I think it turns like that heat into a pressure cooker. Like they can, they put up their shields. That's the top of that fucking pressure cooker, and they can hold it on there for a little bit. But then when it explodes, it's twice as bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's why they also keep it like in the middle. That there is so they're always having this. There's always this chance Assange will be free. The lawsuit continues, right? And as long as there's always this chance, they keep it in the middle. But I think the moment that they actually say yeah, everything is lost now, your free press is gone, then I think there is going to be like a very strong resistance against it. At least that's what I'm hoping for, if that ever happens. But
well, and I mean, I don't even we're 3 presidential terms into this now, right? Obama, Trump, and then Biden, and they can't even tell you why it's being held anymore. Like it's so backwards. And when they got the paperwork recently, they went through and changed his charges a little bit to try to fit it to another fucking crime. It's just so stupid.
Well, no, he was arrested under Trump, but he was stuck in the embassy under Obama. So.
Yeah, I mean personally, I still count that as being on house arrest.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's being forced to be under, essentially house arrest, as you said. I mean, he was in an embassy. He wasn't allowed to leave the embassy despite having asylum.
Yeah, seeing the videos of him in that little tiny room, trying to get a little bit of exercise, on his skateboard. That shit's heartbreaking, dude. For no reason.
yeah, and keep in mind he was prepared for it too, right? He knew they would do this to him. But imagine all the other journalists who can be taken in and who are not as well prepared as he is, because he knew from the start that these fascists would hunt him. He said it, right? He said they would chase me down to the end of the earth and make my life a living hell. That's what he said.
Right.
Long before he was arrested.
You got to remember, he was screaming to resist. I think he said, "Britain resist." I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. He says you must resist. He says, Britain, you must resist. You must resist. He says, yeah.
And when he was taken, he was reading a book. I can't remember what it is, but it's significant.
Yeah, he took that book specifically with him.
Yeah, I can't remember the book, what it was called, but it has something to do with the security of the.
From Gore Vidal.
Yeah, it has something to do with the security of the state. That's all I know.
Yeah, Gore Vidal's book, History of the National Security State, published in 2014. Yeah, I'm quick with the searching. Okay. It's not like I just suck this out of my tongue.
No. I'm aware you have your coffee and you're like like faster than I can.
It just seems it's another one of those situations where everybody knows that it's wrong, and there seems to be nothing that we can do about it. This, machine just cranks on. Everyone in the world, everyone for real, knows that not only was the war a fucking scam, right, but they're punishing him for exposing how much of a fucking scam it was. And yet, there he is, in prison.
Yeah, and in the
not
face.
For anything not even for anything in England. It's just crazy.
No, it had nothing to do with England. Yeah, except that maybe England was involved with that war too, with the U.S. That may be it, but it was not specifically about England. No, it's about the USA. Yeah.
You wouldn't see as being part of the English government. You don't feel like a lapdog. You don't feel like you're being America's little bitch.
I think some do, actually. I'm not sure what these judges will eventually do, but yeah, they shouldn't comply with it. No, of course not.
Yeah, it just seems like so. I mean, just whatever we tell you to do, you'll do it, huh?
Yeah, that's not how it works. And if Britain truly wants to be independent with their whole Brexit thing, they better show some balls on this. Tell you that. That would be a joke, of course.
Well, I mean, I think they're trying to, desperately bet on a new trade deal with America, but once again, you're dealing with Joe Biden. Have you seen his trade deals? Oh, this isn't going to end well for Britain.
Yeah, well, if you think acting like a little bitch gets you a better trade deal, then you don't know nothing about trading.
Yeah, that's just not the way it's played, guys.
No. It's just not how it's going to work. Especially not with a country like America. You have to show some teeth. You have to show strength, and then you'll get a better deal.
Nah, that doesn't seem to be. I don't know. Not since really Tony Blair, I think, really took the last little bit. He proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is nothing he will not do for America.
Yeah. Okay, well, I still have hopes in the Assange situation, but yeah, for now it seems that they prefer to keep him in, and I can see why there's okay. Yeah, you were dealing with the whole lockdown stuff. Too independent press might be a little threat for them. They want to keep him locked up for now.
I think it was one of you guys that had said it a couple weeks ago. I really do think that it's not really about the the legality or the courts or any of it. They really are holding him to show you to send a message
Yeah.
to any other, as long as he's in there, the chances of other journalists speaking out and them saying, look, man, you want to end up like Assange, right, is the power that they're wielding there, because legally there's no reason for him to still be there. Even our laws are from fucking the 1800s. Right, that's not real. I mean, can you name another thing around it you've been using since the 1800s? But they can send a message by saying, we don't have to charge you, your laws don't matter, your country doesn't matter, we'll find you somewhere and hold you forever.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in that sense, a true scare message for them to be scared. Like, we know he is innocent, but we're still keeping him, and this is what we can do to you too. Yeah.
The only thing that I think is inspiring every single day is the amount of people that just won't let go. If for as much as the corporate media tries to hide it, right? Real people, actual media, independent journalists, every single day they're posting about Assange.
Yeah.
Every single day.
Yeah, and that's what I see too. Like I log into like Twitter or whatever, and every single day I see certain people, they go on, and they're not going to stop. It's going to go forever until he is free.
Right.
And it's only getting larger too, I think. I see more and more showing up.
And the popularity of some of the people that are speaking up, is people gravitate toward it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, people gravitate to the fact that, in just a world of people that are talking shit, propaganda, have their own personal interests. They want to get famous. They want to get whatever. Like, people gravitate to those that are speaking out, and they want to hear like what you have to say, because at least you're not lying to them about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and some. Okay, this is a bad thing, but it's also a good thing that some celebrities now also use it, that they join in and they see it is a popular message, and they join in and they start spreading this message too. Even though I know it's also for their own benefit, for the popularity among certain people, still it helps, and they see now, okay, so this is actually the people's opinion, and if I join in on this opinion, I actually gain popularity. And that is something that is very strong too, that the message is actually now known to be the popular opinion.
Yeah, and I do I think we all see it. When people are doing it because it's popular, or because it's going to get them attention or whatever. But my goal is to get Julian out of prison.
Yeah.
Right? If you do your own thing, or it makes you fucking popular, it sells your next fucking record, I don't care.
No, as long as they amplify the messages and do what they can do. Yeah. Actually, we were in this fight long before it was ever popular, and got so much shit for that. And but now it is gaining momentum. We're getting there's a large movement forming, a really big one. And it might actually, like, in the end, it might be, it might reform the press in such a way. It's actually, in the end, in the history books, it will be a positive thing. It's just sad that Julian Assange had to go through this to achieve it.
Well, I mean, look at it all that had to happen with the invention of the printing press. It was made illegal in places because they felt it was so dangerous that people could print off their ideas, right? They could get out to the greater population, and it, again, like you said, changed the way that we looked at media. The radio and the TV, right? Both did the same thing, and both have seen as being dangerous, especially in the beginning of their existence, when the government didn't have control over them.
Yeah. Yeah, with the printing press at first, with the religious books, right? I mean, the Bible was only the people in Rome, the Latin people, were allowed to read it, and then this entire revolution in Western Europe, started because of the people's Bible, right? The Luther.
Yeah, Martin Luther
Martin Luther.
in the Reformation. Yeah, and that was really their fear was, well, then the people are going to read the Bible, and then they're going to have their own thoughts about it, and then they're not going to want to listen to us. Was really their number one fear. And they were really the kings of propaganda at that time, right? They were the only people with the Bibles. They told you what God thought, and shit, you had to believe it. He just read it from God, obviously, right? And then when the press invented and they started kicking it out yourself, well, then your average man could read it. And, well, God didn't say that at all.
Yeah, I know. He never said you had to pay money to Rome to burn less years in hell. It doesn't even say that, because before that people actually did that. They went to, okay, so they committed some crime or they did something wrong, and then they went to Rome, and they literally bought off their crime by paying to Rome, and Rome would say, okay, you have to burn 2,000 years in hell, so that this will cost you this amount of money. And for the other person, that you have to burn 100 years in hell, it costs you this amount of money to pay it off. That's literally what people were doing.
That's where the phrase, like in English, that's where the phrase "pay for your sins" comes from. You know, people say, "Oh, when you die, you're going to pay for your sins." That's where that term, that phrase, comes from.
Yeah.
Is that you would buy your time off of hell by paying the church, cold hard cash.
Yeah. And they would say, "Oh, your sins forgiven now. You paid for it." Yeah.
Are you sure that the guy that kicked all the money changers off the church wants my cash? Are you sure that's what he said?
Yeah, exactly.
Because just when I read it, it really sounded like Jesus was not into that, right? It sounded like he was super pissed off about there being money in the church. And now you're telling me he wants me to bring you cash?
Yeah, no, that makes sense at all. But they would. You know.
If there's one thing that the creator of the universe needs, it's more money.
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, it's a good scam. You know, let them alone.
Obviously. No, dude. I don't want to mess up your hustle.
Well, that's what it was, a hustle. Yeah, but so that caused the revolution. Yeah, people having access to that stuff created a whole new language too. I mean, that's pretty much the basis behind the German language. So yeah.
It's so interesting how, like, you know, the technology changes, certain parts change, but the same basic ideas are always there. Like right under the surface, people's access to information, the elites, wanting to control that access to information, or they'll lose power. All of those things have changed very little.
Yeah, definitely.
The devices that we're using, and that's it. The ability to speak out against the king.
Yeah. Yeah, and in art, revolution is in art too. Like, I mean, we never really mentioned that much, but art is a very powerful thing too. Cartoonists and people drawing things.
Until real recently, you couldn't, cartoons. You couldn't make cartoons of the royal family, right? If you notice, if you look at TV, there's not cartoons of the royal family, like kids cartoon, any of that shit, all of it, right? In the way that we've got mockeries and all of that, which is why you saw the use of puppets in when they're mocking the king and queen and all of that crap, because those weren't censored under the law. You weren't fined for doing it with puppets, but you were fined if you had made an actual drawing of it. But it shows how powerful art is, and if you can't use one, you'll find something else to fight back using art.
Yeah, it's one thing that's very underestimated, art.
Well, you look at like music. You know what I mean? I always go to one that everybody knows, All Along the Watchtower, right? With just that fucking song, right? Everybody immediately knows that war is bullshit, right? And it shows how powerful art, music, right, the other tools that we have are.
Yeah, I also forgot that that famous song was created during the Vietnam War. It was actually made illegal. I don't know what the name of that song was. It was an American song, and they literally made it illegal because it was getting so popular. It was an anti-war song, anti-Vietnam War. Let me see.
Oh yeah, when you listen to all of the the hip hop and rap like lyrics that they had that they censored or took down or tried to keep going out because they really didn't want you to know what was going on. It wasn't because they said they dropped the F-bomb. It wasn't because they dropped the N-bomb, right? It's because they were telling you what was going on in the streets, and they definitely did not want you to hear that. Right? More people know that the U.S. government was selling crack in American neighborhoods in the hood, right? Because of they don't know that because they went to a history class. They don't know that because their teachers told them or or the government pamphlet told them, right? They know that from rap lyrics.
I can't find the name now because apparently there are so many songs that were made illegal during the Vietnam War. So, yeah. That's insane.
Yeah, I'm surprised they did come out all music is illegal.
Yeah.
I mean, they tried to ban rock and roll. They tried to ban rap music at one point in time. They did essentially try to say all music is illegal at one point. The only thing they ever tried to ban was jazz, right?
There was a dance, right? There was a dance that was invented, and this shit was wild, right? It was sent to send people into like frenzies, right? Mass, like it could send you into like orgies and shit, right? It was seen to be the most lurid dance ever invented, right? Men and women were doing it together. You could be killed if you were caught doing it. Do you know what that dance was?
The hokey pokey.
The waltz.
Come on, the hokey pokey was a great guess.
It's a close call, Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah.
The waltz? Really? When was this?
Where'd he go?
I don't know. He's here and then gone.
Yeah,
He's still there.
Shit, I have to search for it now.
I'm like curious of more information and he just shuts up.
Oh, okay, so I actually did find it already. He's right.
Really? Give me more information, please.
I can't. My mic died. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. 1300s. 1300s.
What the fuck?
1200s.
It's actually
13th century.
It actually says in California the waltz was banned until after 1834 because of the closed dance position. So even then, still it was banned, right? So it started.
I would look at that. Julian Assange is being charged with a law that is younger, right, or that is older than the waltz being banned in California.
It's insane. I didn't know this. This is really. Oh yeah, and at one time it was considered ill treatment for a man to make the woman walk backwards in some locations.
Ow!
It's insanity. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's always, for some reason, fascists, they always have a problem with music. They always have a problem with art. And especially waltz. What a lurid dance.
Yeah.
No, seriously, this dance is going to destroy our society. Like, people actually said that.
Literally, you should throw one of these guys. Would actually, you should put him in a time machine and make him like watch modern day TikTok or something.
We could watch twerking.
It's like like a heart attack in 15 minutes.
It's going to be like, oh no, I am going to bring this back. I've been doing this all wrong.
Man, that is funny. The waltz. That's the dance that they wanted to ban. Oh my god.
Oh no, they did ban it. It was banned. You could be put in jail for the waltz.
It was banned for like 500 years, if you're correct about like the 1300s already. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like the whole time, man. Like when we watch it now, right? And you put, it's somehow like the aristocracy were doing the waltz in ballrooms and whatever. Not that they were boogieing in a fucking basement to keep from getting decapitated. What are you in for? Poaching. What are you in for? I spit on the king. What are you in for? The waltz.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's one of those things that our world has changed so little. And that people will look back at us and laugh the same way that we're laughing at them. As our governments try to ban things like journalism and dance. I'm kind of under the impression if your society can be destroyed by dancing, your society was not all that strong.
No.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Okay, we literally did 5 hours, by the way. We did
Jesus Christ! What time? Oh my god!
We did 5 hours.
It's like 2:30.
Oh, it's like fucking 4, dude. For me. Jesus Christ!
Okay, I think we covered.
We had a good chat.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Anyway.
No.
Oh, he got off.
Yeah, feel free to just pop in and whenever we're live.
I'll give you guys a little bit more of a heads up next time. I'll try to every once in a while if there's like a lag or something. Cause you guys know me. Once I get talking.
Yeah, but
it was fun.
Yeah, it was a good jam, as always. We just we gotta keep getting the message out. It's inspiring to see everybody just staying at it, like not giving up. Like we've got zero fucking chill in us.
And this is the message to not ban the waltz, right?
I was planning on going to the club later.
Okay. Well, I think I'll just end the show. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many people are still listening, but if you do, please share it around. And thanks for staying with us for 5 fucking hours.
You can't just end the show without the anonymous PSA. Come on now.
Oh yeah, well, give it a PSA.
Remember to spay and neuter all your politicians and lobbyists, because we don't need more of them.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, that was that. We missed that one. times.